benim görüntüye gitme.
Can anyone hear me?
Nereye gidiyoruz peki? Bence gitme ya, Ümit bizim orada şeyde.
Şimdi kapalı.
İngilizce başlayabiliriz abi.
Hello and welcome to the 2020 Istanbul Marathon. Out of around 800 marathons held throughout the year, this one here is an event and experience without equal. I mean, where else can you run from one continent to another, and twice in one day? We'll get to that real soon. In less than 30 minutes time, from thousands of people from all walks of life will begin their 42-kilometer journey, and they'll share the road with some of the greatest athletes in the world. It's a day full of inspiration and determination, with the aim being for most to just get across that finish line. Now we have 24 minutes left, as you can see, with İstanbul Mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu. waiting at the start line. Currently, we have the rollerblading group, along with, I believe, the wheelchair group. They'll get started shortly. My name is Taha Duman, and I'm here to usher you through the next 42 kilometers. I'll be on hand to show you along the course through some of the most iconic settings in this beautiful city as we cross 2 continents and see some of what Istanbul has to offer. As you can see, people who have watched recent Istanbul marathons or have ran in recent Istanbul marathons, our start line is a little different from what it used to be. Now, usually, when not in a pandemic, which happens very rarely, of course, you'd see runners, rollerbladers, wheelchair people who are in wheelchairs start from the Bosphorus Bridge. But to limit the exposure of the athletes to the outside world, it's been decided that Yenikapı is the place to start. As you can see right there, our mayor, Ekrem İmamoğlu, his wife. Currently we have athletes in wheelchairs waiting to start. They've also come a long way to get ready for this next 42 kilometers. And that's right. Now, some may be wondering at home that, you know, people on wheelchairs or people on rollerblades, they'll be going a shorter distance, but no, they'll also be going the same exact route for the next 42 kilometers. As you can see, that's the main draw of Istanbul. See the gorgeous sea. We're beside the shore, waiting on the rollerbladers and people in wheelchairs to get started. And for the next couple hours, it's going to be a magnificent journey for each and every competitor. Now, if you're listening from Istanbul, you're probably not recognizing the city right now. Due to the marathon, we won't be seeing traffic at all, which is a rare occurrence. And where else do you get this kind of view? I'll be saying that a lot. Now all the competitors are just getting ready. Stocking up on fluids, mentally preparing for their journey. Officials, organizers, the mayor, all getting ready for the start. Obviously, the big draw is the 42K in men's and women's. But, you know, a little fanfare in the beginning is always good. Currently, you're looking at the Yenikapı Festival area. Behind you can see all those ships, the sea. One of the reasons 60 million people live here, officially. Now, in every marathon, it doesn't matter if it's, you know, on rollerblades or on a wheelchair. Being consistent is the most important thing. Like these pigeons, you know, consistently wanting food every minute. Being able to save your energy, conserve for the next 2 hours, 3 hours, depending on how fast you are. It's one of the most important things. And rollerblading must be tough. You have to take care of your balance too. Try not to fall down.
Lütfen dikkat. Protokol tribününde sosyal mesafeden dolayı alanı görevlilerin dışında ve protokol üyelerinin dışında bulunan arkadaşlarımızın boşaltmalarını rica ediyoruz. Lütfen görevli arkadaşlarımızın yönlendirmelerine yardımcı olunuz. Protokol tribünündeki görevli olmayan arkadaşlarımızı aşağıya davet ediyoruz.
Now, due to the coronavirus pandemic, obviously there won't be any fans at all. No one will be cheering on, which is probably one of the biggest kind of support systems in running marathons. You know, people egging you on, trying to make you go that extra mile, as you were, extra kilometer. And so this year we won't be having fans, but nonetheless people will still feel the support all around. Throughout the route, throughout the 42-kilometer route, there will be giant screens almost at every stop. Runners will be seeing themselves, their families will be following them from this feed or the Turkish feed. So even if their families aren't there, they'll still be supporting them in spirit. Now this is Istanbul. This is one of Istanbul's biggest events every year. It's an annual event. This year we're having the 42nd edition, which is kind of poetic too, considering marathons are 42 kilometers. Still waiting on the start. And due to the coronavirus pandemic, you won't be seeing as many people starting the race. Only a select few with near İmamoğlu. Now, just a brief rundown of what you can expect over the course of the next, say, 2.5 hours, considering the race starts on time. This is a World Athletics Gold Label road race. It's been raced along these streets since 1979. Today we'll see around 4,000 runners from all over the globe take part in the full marathon, athletics' toughest test. As you can see, people are warming up for the main marathon. If you've ever watched other marathons, you'll know that elite runners get a head start. They start with a gunshot, similar to how like 100-meter races are in Olympics.
Yaklaşık 2 dakika sonra ne Kolay 42. İstanbul Maratonu'nda patencilerimiz start alacaklar. 5 dakika ardından saatlerimiz 8:50 görselinde tekerlekli sandalyedeki sporcularımızın startını izleyeceğiz. Şu anda ana sahnede ısınma devam ediyor. Bir kez daha rica ediyoruz. Lütfen sosyal mesafe kurallarına dikkat edelim. Özellikle protokol tribününde işi olmayan arkadaşlarımızı aşağıya davet ediyoruz. Değerli protokol üyelerimizi, yöneticilerimizi de 2 dakika sonra gerçekleşecek patencilerimizin startı için yerlerine davet ediyoruz.
So in less than 1 minute, the first batch of competitors will get their start on their 42Ks. Every competitor has a chip embedded in their numbers, and so the technical team will be able to tell what time they step on their mats and what time they step on the finish mat. So they'll be given the exact times.
Çok değerli yöneticilerimizi görüyoruz. Bir kez daha kıymetli başkanımıza geçmiş olsun dileklerimizi iletelim. İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediye Başkanı Sayın Ekrem İmamoğlu bizlerle birlikte ve kıymetli eşi Dilek Hanım'la start için protokol tribününde yerlerini aldılar. Hoş geldiniz. Kıymetli milletvekillerimize hoş geldiniz diyoruz. Değerli Vali Yardımcımız Sayın Niyazi Erten bizlerle birlikte hoş geldiniz. İstanbul Gençlik ve Spor İl Müdürü Sayın Burhanettin Acı Caferoğlu hoş geldiniz efendim. Spor İstanbul Genel Müdürümüz Sayın Renay Onur bizlerle birlikte hoş geldiniz. İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediyesi Genel Sekreteri Sayın Can Akın Çağlar bizlerle birlikte hoş geldiniz efendim. Atletizm Federasyonu Başkanı Sayın Fatih Çintımar'ı görüyoruz, hoş geldiniz. Ve elbette ki 42 dizisini gerçekleştirdiğimiz İstanbul Maratonumuzun ana sponsoru Aktif Bank ve Aktif Bank Genel Müdürü Sayın Serdar Sümer, hoş geldiniz efendim. Gençlik Spor Hizmetleri Genel Müdür Yardımcısı Sayın Murat Kocakaya da bizlerle birlikte. Hoş geldiniz. Evet, patent startı için artık hazırız. Saatlerimiz şu anda patent startı için hazır olduğumuzu gösteriyor. Evet, patent startının ardından 5 dakika sonra tekerlekli sandalye çıkışımız olacak ve saatlerimiz 9'u gösterdiğinde mavi göğüs numarasına sahip 1 ile 50 göğüs numarası arasındaki elit atletlerimizi davet ediyor olacağız. Önce erkek atletlerimiz start alacaklar, ardından 51 100 elit kadın atletlerimiz start alacak. Lütfen start noktasında yerimizi alalım. Mavi çıkış için saat 9-9:10 arasında gerçekleşecek 201 700 arasındaki sporcularımızı çok acil bir şekilde start box'ına davet ediyoruz.
As you can see, everyone's taking in that last minute kind of preparation, that excitement. Some are taking selfies.
Evet, Cumhuriyet Halk Partisi İl Başkanımız Sayın Canan Kaptancıoğlu da bizlerle hoş geldiniz efendim. Evet, artık start zamanı. Geriye sayım için hazırız. Ekranlarımıza geriye sayım gelecek. Çok büyük bir heyecan. Ne kolay 42. İstanbul Maratonu'nda her şeye rağmen atletlerimiz koşmak için hazırlar. Tüm dünyanın gözü Türkiye'de, İstanbul'da ve ne kolay 42. İstanbul Maratonu'nda işte görüntüler şu anda canlı olarak gerçekleşiyor. Geriye sayım için artık nefesleri tuttuk. Geriye sayım ekranlara gelecek. Patent kategorisiyle startı veriyoruz. Ve geriye sayımı ekrana yansıtalım lütfen. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 ve ne kolay 42. İstanbul Maratonu patent kategorisiyle start alıyor. Tüm sporcularımıza başarılar diliyoruz.
And they'll have a tough 42 kilometers waiting for them. Those mats make it pretty tough, but they're getting along their way. Some more experienced than others, some doing it just for fun.
Ve Uluslararası Atletizm Federasyonları Birliği'nin altın kategori listesine yer alan ne kolay 42. İstanbul Maratonu patent kategorisine start aldı. Şimdi pandemi kurallarına göre startlarımız devam edecek. 5'er saniye aralıklarla start box'ındaki tüm sporcularımız maskeli bir şekilde start alıyorlar ve startın hemen dışında maske kutularına maskelerini atarak 42K'ya devam ediyorlar.
So as you can see, they're starting with masks as precaution towards coronavirus pandemic. And after they start, right outside the starting line, they can drop off their masks in sanitary bags, trash bags, trash bins, garbage bags. Depends on where you're from. The reason they're not starting all at once is again because of the coronavirus. Groups of 5, I believe, for the rollerblades start their race every 5 seconds. Like I said, some are more experienced than others, but nonetheless, 42 kilometers away. And it's not law. You don't have to finish all 42 kilometers no matter what. Obviously, if you have a serious health issue along the way, paramedics are all around
Evet, şu anda tekerlekli sandalye sporcularımızın startı için hazırız. Değerli protokol üyelerimiz startı vermek için hazırlar.
That's 1 kilometer easy for them. Less lactic acid.
Evet, tekerlekli sandalye sporcularımızın startı için geri sayımı ekrana yansıtalım ve ardından startı hep birlikte verelim. Hemen ardından elit atlet çıkışımız gerçekleşecek. İşte geriye sayım başladı. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 ve tekerlekli sandalyedeki sporcularımızın startını veriyoruz.
And as you can see, the wheelchair group get on their way.
Ne kolay 42. İstanbul Maratonu'nda tüm engelleri ortadan kaldıran
As you know, practicing a sport is both a physical and psychological discipline. Facing an opponent, running a marathon, or joining a sports team requires effort, training, and putting mind over matter. Nothing easy. Thus, in order to achieve your goals, whether they're professional or personal, it's imperative to consider your state of mind. And it doesn't matter if you're on a wheelchair, or rollerblading, or just simply running. Concentrating and preparing your mind for a marathon is essential. Some say it's more psychological than physical, actually. Marathons are the mother of all obstacles. When you train for one, you have to run for many kilometers, and most probably start to feel the pain on the first kilometer. That's why they say shoes are important. Ask Elias.
Çok yakın bir zamanda güzel
So we're looking at the last 7.5 minutes. If you've ever wondered what marathon runners think about before a race, they mostly just concentrate on being
Teşekkür ediyoruz. Ve artık elit atletlerimizin startına çok az bir zaman kaldı. Şimdi protokol tribünündeki değerli yöneticilerimizden rica ediyoruz. Elit atletlerimizin startı için lütfen İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediye Başkanı Sayın Ekrem İmamoğlu, Vali Yardımcımız Sayın Niyazi Erten, Ne Kolay Aktif Bank Genel Müdürü Sayın Serdar Sürme, Atletizm Federasyonu Başkanımız Sayın Fatih Çinkımaş ve Spor İstanbul Genel Müdürümüz Sayın Renay Onur startı verecekler. Diğer kıymetli yöneticilerimizi protokol tribünde arkaya davet ediyoruz. Lütfen anlayışınız için teşekkür ediyoruz.
Now normally there would be other events happening here like the 8K and the 15K runs. The 8K is also known as the fun run, where you could see thousands of people on the streets of Istanbul enjoying no traffic, which is quite rare, as I've said, and as I will be saying. But don't worry, today isn't just about 42K runners. As you've seen, wheelchair race is already underway. Not to mention roller skaters, so it won't be all that serious for these athletes here. It's all serious. As you can see, Üzeri Söylemez, his best result is 2:14.58. The elite athletes are getting ready for the race.
Elit atletlerimizin startı öncesinde bu büyük organizasyonun gerçekleşmesinde
on the men's side you have about 14 elite athletes, most coming from Kenya, Ethiopia,
Niyazi Erten Beyefendi'ye mikrofonumuzu uzatmak istiyoruz.
Yavuz Ağrılı, Üzeri Söylemez, and Halil Yashin. Up in the front you have Felix Kumutay He won the race here in Istanbul in 2018 in a record time, actually, a then record time, 2 hours, 9 minutes, and 57 seconds, I believe. Of course, I'll get to that a little bit later, but in last year, that record was beaten.
Uzun yıllardır, 2012 yılından bu yana Uluslararası Atletizm Federasyonu Birliği tarafından da altın kategoride kabul edilen çok önemli bir maraton ve güzel İstanbul'un içinde
son derece öneme sahip. Gene bu maratonda bu sene ilkleri yaşıyoruz. Bunlardan bir tanesi ilk defa Avrupa'dan Asya istikametine doğru koşulacak olması, diğeri de 15 Temmuz Şehitler Köprüsü'nün üzerinden 2 defa koşulacak olması bunun farklı bir ilgi yaşamamıza yol açıyor. Yine pandemi tedbirleri kapsamında sınırlı sayıda sporcuyla bu faaliyeti
Now, as I was explaining before, because there won't be an 8K or 15K run due to the pandemic, this year's runners who aren't as competitive will still be able to compete in some way. So it's not like organizers entirely forgot about them. This year's motto for the marathon is "Run alone with us." Now, what does that mean for those who are missing out on the action today? There will be a virtual run in 3 different categories: 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, and 15 kilometers. So runners at home who run the fastest in each event will be crowned Turkish champions. It's quite the contraption, actually, if you're not that confident about your own running abilities. 42
sporculara başarılar
kilometers.
diliyorum. Hayırlı uğurlu olsun diyorum.
Çok teşekkür ediyoruz.
Can't compete, or you could have competed in those categories.
Düşüncelerini, görüşlerini almak istiyoruz. Buyurun efendim.
And now, Istanbul Mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu
Ben de
talking.
hepinize bu güzel pazar gününde İstanbul'umuzun bu güzel coğrafyasında
He's letting everyone know that we'll be looking forward to seeing everyone run in this beautiful city,
maraton ve gerçekten
and that it's actually one of the best marathons in the world because it's in one of the best cities in the world.
Sayın Vali Yardımcımıza, Sayın Federasyon Başkanımıza ve de
And
bu
he's currently thanking everyone
maratonun
involved,
ilk
from the vice governor,
sponsoru ne Kolay firmasının genel müdürüne
CEO,
teşekkür ediyoruz. Dolayısıyla bu koşuda inşallah keyifli bir gün yaşayacağız. Köprüyü karşıya geçip tekrar geri geleceğiz.
Böylesi güzel bir organizasyonda
Now, Mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu is
hassasiyeti,
talking about how this marathon is actually a little more special than the previous ones. Now, normally you'd have
Tabii gönül
runners
isterdi yüz binlerce
start on the Asian side of
İstanbul'la
the
beraber
Bosphorus Bridge
köprüde bu
and
koşunun
move on
startını
to
verelim.
Europe. But
Ama
this year it's the other way
dünya
around.
ve ülkemiz
The
böylesi
start may
önemli
not be as
süreçlerden
beautiful,
geçiyor.
but from here, runners, I apologize, will be going all the way to the Bosphorus Bridge,
İstanbul'umuzda yüz binlerle
the July
bir
15th
ay
Martyrs
misafir
Bridge,
veririz.
and
Tekrar katılan
after
bütün
crossing it, we'll
konuklarımıza
take a U-turn and come back. So they'll be changing continents twice, which is
bütün
unseen
dostlarımıza teşekkür
in world
ediyoruz.
marathons.
Maratonumuzun startı, bitişi gibi çok coşkulu olsun. Hepinize iyi koşular.
Mayor İmamoğlu is hoping that the start will be as glorious as the finish. So here we go.
Çok teşekkür ediyoruz değerli konuşmaları için. Artık elit atletlerimizin ve mavi göğüs numaralı atletlerimizin startına çok az bir zaman kaldı. Değerli atletlerimiz parkur üzerinde mavi yol çizgisi bulunuyor maratonda. Parkurdaki mavi renkli yol çizgisini izleyeceğinizi
It's one of
size
the
hatırlatmak
important
istiyoruz.
things for this marathon. Obviously, we're
Ladies
still in
and
a
gentlemen,
pandemic.
there will be a blue orientation line along the race course. Athletes shall follow the blue orientation line on the race course
Runners are
in the
being told
marathon.
to follow the blue lines and not get lost in a mega city that is Istanbul.
Son bir dakikadan geriye sayıyoruz. Mavi göğüs numarasına sahip olan atletlerimiz
As I've said before, in a few minutes' time, thousands of people from all walks of life will begin their 42-kilometer journey. They'll share the road with some of the greatest athletes in the world. It's a day full of inspiration and determination, with the aim being for many to just get across that finish line. As you can see, the 14 elite runners in the men's side, Felix Kumutay, 2018 champion, Yavuz Aralı, one of the fastest Turkish men to race in marathons. And then on the women's side, we have Gideon Kiplagek, Angela Tony, Danik Chemtai Kipyoge, who is one of the favorites, and now the last 8 seconds. Mary Manolo getting ready to start the race. 42nd edition of the Istanbul Marathon.
Maraton için zaman sınırı 6 saat. Farklı ülkedeki noktalar kalemi olarak çalışacak olan koşucularımız kaldırımdan koşmaya devam edebilecekler. 6 saat üzerinde parkuru tamamlayan sporcularımızın hastane alınmayacağını sporcularımıza hatırlatmış olalım.
As you can see, 4 to 5 runners get their start every 5 seconds. They shouldn't worry though, because their times are individual times. Electronically, through chips provided, their times will be exact from start to finish. Doesn't matter if you start at 9, doesn't matter if you start 20 or 30 minutes.
Güzel bir koşu olsun. Sağlıkla start aldık, sağlıkla finişe gelelim. Tüm dünyanın gözü bu pandemi süreci içerisinde Türkiye'de, İstanbul'da ve bu zorlu şartlar içerisinde tüm pandemi kurallarını yerine getirerek uluslararası bir organizasyonu gerçekleştirmenin mutluluğunu içerisindeyiz.
Now, if you watched last year or the years before, one of the biggest draws of the Istanbul Marathon is the bridge, is the strait, it's the Bosphorus. Now, regardless, we'll get there. A little patience. The Istanbul Bridge, the Bosphorus Bridge, the first bridge on the Istanbul Strait, Bosphorus Strait. We'll see it in about 14 kilometers, I believe, which is 1/3 of the race. And if we do our quick maths, that'll be in about, I believe, 40 to 50 minutes.
Covid-19 tedbirleri sebebiyle bu yılki maratonumuza kontenjan sınırlaması getirirken tek başına bizim ve koş sloganıyla ülkemizin ilk sanal yarı maratonunu 20 Eylül'de gerçekleştirdik.
On a weekend like this, for the marathon especially, you have close to 40,000 runners, close to 40,000 competitors, but due to the coronavirus pandemic, unfortunately, only 4,000 will be competing this year.
Her yıl halk koşusuyla on binlerce İstanbul'un bir araya gelerek bir şölene çevirdiği İstanbul Maratonu 2020 yılında yılmak bilmeyen ve asla pes etmeyen binlerce maratoncunun katılımıyla
As you can imagine, 42 kilometers, staying consistent at that time means great concentration. To conserve energy and use it as wisely as you can, not go too fast, not go too slow. Now on the left, Üzeyir Söylemez. Time for last year's Istanbul Marathon was 2 hours, 14 minutes and 58 seconds.
Bu yıl maratonda İl birliğiyle Atletizm Federasyonu'nun düzenlemiş olduğu Türkiye Maraton Şampiyonası oluyor.
As I was explaining, this year the marathon starts on the European side and will go through a route that's surrounded by history, as you can see. And Dolmabahçe's Palace will be going up Barbaros Boulevard and onto the bridge. That'll be in about 40-50 minutes. And then after crossing the bridge, runners will come back past the bridge again, which is a first in Istanbul Marathon history, and go back the same route.
Şu anda
Fenerbahçe Palace again. You'll see the maiden tower along the way. Now, after Galata Tower, we'll be turning right towards the Golden Horn and then coming back again. You'll also be seeing the Fener Ecumenical Orthodox Patriarchy. You'll be seeing Hagia Sophia, Topkapı Palace, and then coming back to Yenikapı.
15 Temmuz Şehitler Köprüsü'nden geçen parkur Altınizade kavşağına kadar hafif eğimli bir mesafe kat ettikten sonra Altınizade Köprüsü'nden
Fethen
olarak İstanbul Boğazı üzerinden İstanbul Boğazı'nda
He lives in Turkey, actually. And last year's Istanbul Marathon, his time was 2 hours, 18 minutes, and 59 seconds. Around 4 seconds slower than his current running mate. Now, again, different from last year, runners' times. Normally, you'd see updates every kilometer or so, but this year, due to technical limitations, we'll only be getting their times every 5 kilometers. So, if we accidentally say someone's leading and they're not, apologies in advance. As you can see on the left, more runners get their start. Elite riders are up in front and trying to do their best times. But as you can tell, as you can see, it's not just about elite athletes and world records. This is also about everyday people who set themselves incredible challenges. Now let's talk a little bit about the competitors. While many people will tick off a bucket list item by just finishing the 42-kilometer race, passing the Bosphorus Bridge, there is keen interest of who will be the one that can actually win it all. As you can see, Halil Yashin on the right there for the men's, another Turkish athlete. He's one of the youngest, if not the youngest athlete among the 4,000 competitors. The women are kind of using him as a pacemaker now. Again, due to coronavirus measures, there aren't any pacemakers for this year's race, which makes running tougher. If you've ever watched Tour de France, you'd always see the peloton, the group of riders changing leaders every now and again. Each team would sacrifice one of their riders to get the blunt of the air or air resistance up in front, but this year we don't have that. Which will be an interesting thing to watch out for. I mean, obviously that will affect times. By how much, we do not know yet. Now, last year's winner Daniel Kibet had the course record actually for the Istanbul Marathon, breaking Felix Kimitai's mark of 2 minutes and 2 hours, 9 minutes and 57 seconds. Kibet's time was 2 hours, 9 minutes and 44 seconds. And the surprising thing was, Kibet was initially a pacemaker. Normally, marathons would have pacemakers lead the charge in races to help ease the load for normal competitors. Normally they would give up at certain kilometer marks and others would take the lead, either at 5K, 10K, 15K, sometimes at the halfway point, sometimes right before the 75% mark. But last year, Daniel Kibet did not give up. He was a pacemaker and he won the race surprisingly with a 2 minute, again apologies, 2 hour, 9 minute and 44 second mark. The second time the Istanbul Marathon was run under 2 hours and 10 minutes. On the women's side, you don't see a lot of run times under 2 hours and 20 minutes. It only happened once in 2018 by Ruth Chepingetic. The women's side are using Halil Yashin as a pacemaker. He's young, he can take it. As you can see, number 53, Diana Çağatay Kipyoge, one of the favorites for the race.
2100 göğüs numarasına sahip olan sporcularımızı lütfen start box'ına alalım.
She runs half marathons in
Sevgili sporcularımız
normal
lütfen
42 kilometers.
ayakkabılarınızda çiftlerimizin takılı
And she's
olduğundan emin
expected to
olunuz.
be one of the runners to beat this year.
42K bitiminde
Her personal best is at 2 hours and 22 minutes and 7 seconds. So, beating Ruth Chepngetich record will be a tough task, especially with no pacemakers this year. Gold Bliggers on the side. Not as tired, but still, it's a struggle.
Bitimindeki maske kutularına atabilirsiniz. Finişe geldiğinizde görevli arkadaşlarımız sizlere yeni maskelerinizi verecekler.
And Istanbul is probably one of the only races where you can run and have a good view on the side. As I was explaining before, it's a mental game more than anything. In the background, you can see Turkey's most famous mosques. And again, Sultan Rakasa on the left there. Not only running through the perfect scenic routes of Istanbul, but also are surrounded by history.
Dünyada 17 maratondan biri olan ve uluslararası koşulan tek maraton organizörüne sahip Uluslararası Atletizm Federasyonları Birliği'nin altın kategorisi sayılan Kolay 42. İstanbul Maratonu büyük bir heyecanla devam ediyor. Pandeminin
We said there won't be fans. Obviously, those aren't fans. Those are just people who live by, doing their own personal little morning runs. They're still playing pacemaker to the guns. Now the scary sound you're hearing is not from a horror movie. It's an announcement telling people to be socially distant. That doesn't work out well. Again, what a view, what a run, what a route. See the old walls of Istanbul, the old castle walls. Some city walls, as you can see right there. Everywhere you go, there's history. Now we still haven't gotten our official times yet. We're still just over 12 minutes and 30 minutes, 12 minutes and 30 seconds into the race. Now, in a city of so much history, we will hope to catch a piece of our own today. I mean, will we see a record? Who knows? But as I've explained before, without a pacemaker, going against the normal resistance of air is, it'll make things tough for our runners today. If you can remember last year, Kenyan Eliud Kipchoge cracked the magical 2-hour marathon mark. It wasn't necessarily seen as cracking a big unforeseeable mark, because in Kipchoge's marathon, the conditions weren't really close to a real marathon environment. You can see Fetan Alamuragasa and Uzursulim is right there. On the left. the old Istanbul city walls.
Maskelerinizin takılı olduğundan emin olunuz. Ayakkabılarınızda çiftlerinizin takılı olduğundan emin olunuz. Ve bu şekilde start almanızı sizlerden rica ediyoruz. Pandemi kuralları gereği 4'erli ve 5'er saniye aralıklarla start veriliyor.
Again, let's take a look at the route from Yeni Kapı through the city walls
Şu anda yeşil
up to
ve
Dolmabahçe
siyah görüntü numarasına sahip olan
and over
sporcularımıza
the bridge. Now, on the bottom right there, you can see the elevation.
kırmızı
In
ve
the middle of the
sarı
race,
renkli
right
görüntü
before
numarasına sahip
the
olan
runners get
sporcularımızdan
to
alacak.
Bosphorus Bridge, you have a big uphill run through Barbaros Boulevard, and that'll probably be one of the most challenging parts of this race this year. Last year, the race finished in Sultanahmet, which is a good 30-40 meters above sea level. And you should have seen the runners' faces last year. I mean, adding on to the 41 kilometers, that last kilometer was a real killer. It was where contenders and pretenders, were made clear. Overview shot of Istanbul. Oop, turning around. Fetan Alamuragasa, Uzeri Söylemez, again leading the charge as far as we can see. Now, as you can see there, Uzeri Söylemez had something to drink. Now, one of the most important things in marathons is balancing your liquid intake, getting enough water. As you can see there, Fetan Alamuragasa from Ethiopia, he's 28, he lives in Turkey, and his best time was in Istanbul last year, a 2:18:59 mark. Uzeri looks like he's kind of tiring out, not really keeping up with Fetan Alamuragasa. Meanwhile, we're at the starting line, and there's still people getting ready for their 42-kilometer journeys, which is not surprising at all. Now, if you've ever wondered what runners think during, 42 kilometers, it's for the best of them, it's roughly a 2-hour, 20-minute, 15-minute, 25-minute, depending on how good they are. It's a big journey. Now, if you were at home, I'd assume you'd be able to listen to music, kind of psych yourself up with, I don't know, my wife would probably say Ariana Grande. But for these runners, they do not have anything to keep them kind of occupied, to keep their minds off the pain. And like, as you can imagine, marathons are the mother of all obstacles tests. I mean, when you train for one, you have to run for many kilometers, and the pain starts immediately. If you chose the wrong kind of shoe, that's 42 kilometers of agony. Now, they say good marathon runners, those who really and truly train for them, they say that the toughest part is precisely the training and not exactly the marathon itself. Leading up to a marathon, getting your body ready for the race. I mean, the preparation. That's what makes people quit or give up. That's when you realize you don't have enough, you don't have what it takes. So after 5 kilometers, we see the marks right now. Still no official times yet.
Sevgili spor severler, 5 kilometre geride kaldı. Etiyopyalı atlet Fetan Alamuragasa şu anda lider götürüyor Kolay 42. İstanbul Maratonu'nu. Hemen arkasında Üzeyir Söylemez'i görüyoruz. Türk atlet, elit atletlerimizden.
You see the first bunch of male athletes.
Şu anda ikinci sırada Etiyopyalı atletin arkasında.
And now they're going through Galata Bridge. And in the background right there, you can see Galata Tower. Now, according to the current times, the 5-kilometer times right now, Fetan Alamu Ragasa and Uzair Solimez are neck and neck, as you've been watching for quite some while. Now, you're seeing the Galata Bridge right there. It's a bridge that spans the Golden Horn, as you can see. And it's pretty famous in Turkish literature, since the 19th century especially. It was built in 1845 with wood. Considering now cars cross it every day, it's not wood anymore. Again, as you can see, Fetan Alamu Ragasa and Uzair Solimez are currently leading the race at the 20-minute mark. Halil Yashin in front there, the unofficial pacemaker for the leading group of women runners. On the bends on the left there, you see Fetan Alamu Ragasa and Uzair Solimez leading the charge. They're currently going well towards Beşiktaş. And on the right you have the ones with Halil Yashin. Now, normally, if Istanbul wasn't going through a pandemic, like the rest of the world, you'd see fans, supporting the runners on the sides. But now you only have like a few people unofficially there, just stumbling upon people trying to run 42 kilometers.
Bu kez kırmızı görüş numarasına sahip olan sporcularımız start alıyorlar.
Oh, as you can see, the Hagia Sophia recently turned into a mosque.
Ayakkabılarınızda çiftlerinizin takılı olduğundan emin olunuz.
It was initially a church. It was built in 503, and it's located in the Sultanate Square. Now, Hagia Sophia, the most magnificent Byzantine artifact in Istanbul, was built during the reign of the Eastern Roman Empire and belonged to the first Justinian period. The thin stone minaret was built by Bayezid II after Mehmet II conquered Istanbul and turned it into a mosque. And the thick stone minarets were added by the architect Sinan. famous
Bir hatıra olsun diyerek
architects,
çiftleri
as we know here in
yanımızda
Turkey.
götürmeyiniz.
The tombs of Selim II, Murad III, and Mehmet III are in its garden.
Unutmayınız. Çiftleri bıraktığımızda
A must-see enter,
yarışlarımızın
especially now that it's not a museum. It's free of charge. Anyone could go in.
Bir sonraki yarış organizasyonumuz için katkı sağlamış olacaksınız. Anlayışınız için
There you have
teşekkür
Hagia
ederiz.
Sophia and the Blue Mosque facing each other. Running alongside history every year. It's one of the biggest draws of Istanbul Marathon. Now, obviously the elite runners are the main focus of any marathon, but for the normal competitor, people who are just now starting at the finish line, at the start line, I apologize. Marathon running is something that's gone from a curiosity to a number of very fit hobbyists. To a global phenomenon with thousands of races taking place throughout the world each year. Some official, some unofficial. And Istanbul Marathon is as official as it gets, actually. Some stats for you. The popularity of marathon running has grown globally by more than 13%. And with that, people need reasons to run every year. It's a huge business. And many charities benefit from the sponsorships collected by individual runners, and many companies benefit from the advertising, obviously. Here in Istanbul, currently I have the top 10 list of the most, the riders that collected the most charity. You have Hakan Büyükhanlı at 168,000 Turkish liras, Selçuk Pehlivanoğlu at 118,000 Turkish liras, Nuran Yelmen 109,000, Metin Duruk 103,000, Baran Aslan, Nesim İba, Cengiz Solakoğlu, Selim Kervancı, Elif Ergul Demiral, and we round out the top 10 with Safet Nayman. All collecting 50,000 and above, going to charities of their choice, obviously, respectable places. So, in some aspect, running a marathon isn't only done for like personal gain or like fitness or anything. There's a meaning, there's an intention, an aim for everyone, even for the elite runners you see on your left and right for the men's and women's. Now let's talk a little bit about the Istanbul Marathon. Oop, another little turn from our cameras right there. It's organized by the Istanbul Sports Events. In 2012, normally the marathon had been held in the month of October, and it was moved to November. So for the past 8 races, the races started in November. And that kind of affects how athletes prepare. I mean, currently the weather is around 14 degrees Celsius, 15 degrees Celsius, and that's not chilly by all means. It was chillier last year and way more rainy. But again, your preparation changes if the race is in October and if it's in November. You may be thinking, they're not really dressed that well for cold weather, or at least 13, 14 degree weather. But, as you can imagine, the runners start a little cold. They warm up 10, 15, 20 minutes before the race. But by the time they're at this point, they're pretty much warmed up. And currently for them, it feels like summer right now. They're giving out a real sweat. They're getting their sweat on, more so than I've done in the past 2 years. Oh, the Galata Bridge, the Galata Tower, actually. I apologize. And as you can see on the right there, Halil Yashin is still playing pacemaker to the women's right there. While on the left, Fetan Alamuragasa is leading, but leading isn't always that good at this stage. There on your screen, you can see the Dolmabahce Palace. again, another reason to come and visit Istanbul and see its wonders, see the history. It was built by Sultan Abdülmecid in 1848, expanded in some form in 1856. The architect is Galibet Balyan. The palace has an area of 45,000 square meters, and its walls are covered with columns and ornaments that are typically in a neoclassical form, or empire and baroque styles. The Galata Bridge, again, in the background of the Galata Tower. And like I've said before, leading races it's not really ideal in especially this kind of race where there isn't a pacemaker. So you can see Üzeyir Söylemez is right in the middle there, the only Turkish athlete in that bunch. You have Feliz Kimitay, Fetan Alamoragasa, Bernard Çeriut-Sang, Edwin Çeriut-Soy, Cosmas Pirec, all kind of pacing themselves for the next tens of kilometers. Now, our current timings are still our 5K timings. Still waiting on the 10-kilometer mark. So in the women's, at the 5K mark, Diana Chemtay Kipyoge, as we said, one of the most dangerous runners for this race, is leading. Right there you can see the rollerbladers, picture of Turkey's founder, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk. The men's again, they're getting their liquids in order.
Bir kez daha hatırlatmak istiyoruz. Bir adet basın kartı kaybolmuştur. Sarı basın kartını bulan kişinin basın kartını ne kolay standına bırakması rica olunur.
Now let's talk a little about what marathon runners think about during races or before races. You know, the tips that every kind of athlete should be aware of, if you will. Now obviously shoes are the biggest kind of important tool for runners. As you can see, the runners, I apologize, are going through those blue mats. Those are set there for timers, and so we'll have their 10K times real soon. A cool overhead shot from our camera operators. So the runners, I believe, are going up through Barbaros Boulevard.
En büyük bölümlerinden birini geride bıraktık. Ne kolay ve ikinci İstanbul Maratonu'nun görevlileri olarak öncelikle yine turuncu renkli formalarıyla Spor İstanbul gönüllerine teşekkür etmek istiyoruz. Her zaman olduğu gibi gecesini gündüzüne katan Spor İstanbul gönülleri
Still have Halil Yashin playing the unofficial pacemaker for the women's side.
Çok teşekkür ediyoruz Spor İstanbul gönüllerine bir kez daha.
With Diana Chemtay Kipyoge right behind him. On the men's side, Fetan Alamoragasa is leading the charge. His current time is at 31 minutes and 46 seconds.
Arkadaşlar bir koridor açalım. Bir arkadaşımız daha
There's a guy at Getachew trailing by about 2 seconds. That whole bunch is actually Cosmas Pide, Jose Söylemez, Edwin Soy, Felix Gutay, team champion of the race. On the right there, you can see a satellite image of sorts of where the runners are going through. Currently, they're just about passing Yıldız Park, one of the greener places in Istanbul. Again, you have Fethan Al-Muragasa. But again, as I've said before, being consistent, not pushing yourself too hard in the beginning is where the big secrets are for the good marathon runners. Normally, for a race like this, you know, you'd have everything in order, your shoes, what you're going to wear. But you'd be surprised how selecting the right kind of shoe would help. They have to have the right kind of weight, not too lightweight, not too heavy, provide good support. Obviously, they would have to be accustomed to a certain type of sock. I mean, the whole thing behind Eliud Kipchoge's under 2 hour marathon was he was testing out a certain brand's shoes. The Superfly, I believe. Now we're getting closer to the 13 kilometer mark. Fethan Al-Muragasa of Ethiopia is almost on his way to see the Bosphorus Bridge. Now, it currently looks like Fethan Al-Muragasa is kind of dominating right now. In 2018, Felix Gutay did the same. Ran a course record 2 minute, I believe, 2 hour, 9 minute, 57 second. Marathon. Excuse me. It's all in the preparation. And we're currently at the start line, and I believe almost everyone started their race. We're currently at the 36-minute mark. As I've said before, this is the ultimate running challenge. Everyone has the same goal, finishing that 42-kilometer route. On the right there, I think the women's side got tired of Halil Yashin. Nothing against him, he's one of the best runners Turkey has. But we might see the women kind of break away soon. Similar to what Fethan Al-Muragasa is doing in the men's on the left there. Now on the right you can see people in wheelchairs riding, people running. I mean, the course is the same for everyone, but each journey to the finish line is unique to each and every participant. Maybe an elite rider or someone in a wheelchair. After all this is said and done, there'll certainly be a myriad of stories to tell afterwards. Not only for people up in front, but also for the people running in their first marathon, their first Istanbul Marathon. And no matter when they finish or how fast or how slow they are, they'll all be celebrated for their endeavors. and shortly we'll be seeing the Bosphorus Bridge, especially on the left side.
Kolay 42. İstanbul Maratonu'nda son sporcumuz da start aldı ve artık büyük bir heyecanla finish alanına gelmelerini bekliyoruz. Kadınlar ve erkeklerdeki ilk 3 kim olacak? Elit atletler, hepimiz büyük bir heyecanla onları bekliyor olacağız. Ve yine turuncu kıyafetleriyle Spor İstanbul gönüllerinin müthiş tezahüratları eşliğinde Kolay 42. İstanbul Marathonu finişini birlikte göreceğiz.
Now on the left there, you can see Fetan Alamurgasa of Ethiopia making his way towards the bridge, and there it is. He'll get there in about 2-3 minutes time. And this is what brings people back every year, despite a pandemic. You know, I know in the last couple of years you'd have 40,000 strong trying to do their best, do their personal best, but for viewers at home, this is probably the shot, the moment that you want to see. Normally every year there would be other categories that locals could participate in, like the 15K or the 8K. The 8K being called the fun run, as I've mentioned before. As you can see right there, Fetan Alamurgasa is way up in the lead, with a little peloton, as you will, in the back. Interesting strategy right there by the guy in the right. On the left, I believe you have people in wheelchairs trying to finish their race as well. Now, some first-time runners are about to experience possibly the best moment of their lives, crossing the Bosphorus Bridge. Oh, yeah, that guy is a rollerblader. I apologize. That's a great camera angle right there. Again, on the women's side, Hallelujah Sheen being the unofficial pacemaker. Diana Chanta Kipyogi right behind him. Using the Turkish runner to have some, you know, less air resistance. Now right there you can see the 15 July Martyrs Bridge. July 15th Martyrs Bridge. Formerly known as the Bosphorus Bridge, it was opened in 1973, as I've said, with the name Bosphorus Bridge. It's the first bridge connecting two continents, that being Asia and Europe. The distance between the feet of the bridge is 1,074 meters, and it was constructed with suspension bridge techniques. Its width is about 33 meters, and its height from sea level is 64 meters. Its newest name, the July 15th Martyrs Bridge, comes from the evening of July 15th, 2016, where 248 civilians were martyred on this bridge after traitors who were attempting a coup opened fire. The coup attempt was suppressed by civilian people, and the name of the bridge was changed to the July 15th Martyrs Bridge, a memory of people who were killed that day, who lost their lives. And now this is one of the more, I don't want to say boring, but you know, it can be a little less exciting, especially for the runners. despite, you know, crossing a bridge that connects two continents. Now it's very important to kind of stick to the plan for each and every rider when, especially when training for a marathon and during a marathon. It's not like cramming for a test, if you will. You can't just do anything. You can't just do everything last minute. On the left there, you have Fetanala of Ethiopia, way out in front. And right there, the lower level runners are also starting to get their feel for the race. Obviously, you don't want to be as slow as the person next to you, but still putting in your best time is everyone's immediate goal. Doing their personal best. As you can see there, keeping your liquid levels, keeping your hydration levels at optimal. Keeping your hydration level at an optimal kind of pace is very important as well, because hydration creeps up. It creeps up. You know, 1 minute you may not feel any kind of pressure from your body, but the next, everything might start falling apart. And as you can see, this is the main draw, crossing the bridge, crossing from Europe to Asia. They'll also go the other way around, from Asia to Europe. But right now, I don't really think they're actually soaking up the view, because psychologically they're currently in a state of mind that's, you know, keep your energy levels at a good point, try to reserve your energy, don't run too hard, don't run too slow. Meanwhile, Fetanala Morocasa is almost finished at the other side. Now, preparing for marathons for your everyday marathon runner isn't the easiest. Like I said in the beginning, consistency is one of the most important things, and they say that, you know, if possible, try to run at the same time of day as the start of your marathon. So if the race starts at 9, leading up to the race, during training, you know, it's important to get your body ready for that time of the day. Get your rhythm in place. And the more times you actually do that, the more your legs, your arms, your heels will get accustomed to the agony that's awaiting. Getting close to the 15K mark, at least for the men's. It's right at the end of the bridge, on the Asian side of the bridge. Now over here at the start-finish line, we do have music out and about, you know, playing, so it's not as boring, I would say, as for these runners. Right now, Fetanala Moragasa is probably thinking about the pain in his legs, the buildup of lactic acid, how he'll probably fare for the next, I don't know, 28 kilometers, 27 kilometers. Now at the 10K mark, over at Barbaros Boulevard, I believe, Fetan Alamuragasa's time was at 31 minutes and 46 seconds. But as you can see, the next mark at 15K, it's going to be much different. His lead at Barbaros Boulevard at the 10K mark was about 2 seconds from everyone else. And so we can't even see anyone behind him. So that's at least 15-20 seconds, I'd say. So for marathons, you need perfect conditions. Even if you weren't an elite athlete, the temperature has to be just right. The wind, what you wear, your shoes, your shorts. And right now you're seeing Mayor Imamola walking across the bridge. A little jog. Something that only 4,000 people are privy to today. Quite the sight. Obviously, they're not going as fast as Fetan Alamuragasa, but he's a pro. And if all goes well for him, for the Ethiopian, he may very well pass his personal best of 2 hours, 18 minutes, and 59 seconds. From last year's race, obviously. Among the 14 elite riders on the men's side, besides the Turkish athletes, obviously, only Fetan Alamuragasa, Getaya Fiso-Gelav, and I believe Bernard Cheryut Sang live in Turkey, so they kind of know the terrain better than the other riders, with the exception of the Turkish winners. So that may actually turn out to be a factor at the end of the race. Right now, we're seeing utter domination on the left there in the men's for Fetan Alamuragasa. Similar to what Mercedes driver Lewis Hamilton is doing in Formula 1. No competition around. And on the right there, you have Mayor Imamola and his wife Dilek. Taking photos at the bridge. No one's around him. Ragasa is currently 53 minutes into the race. As you can see down there, his time last year was 2 hours, 18 minutes, and 59 seconds. For the marathon, when you compare it to last year's winner, Daniel Kibet, he finished it in 2 hours and 9 minutes, 44 seconds. He'll have to shave about 10 minutes off that time if he wants to set another track course record. And we're seeing Mary Mamola currently walk the bridge, soaking in that beautiful view, as I'm sure Fetten Alamuragasa did when he crossed the bridge. We should be seeing their 15K times right about now. Oh, we see the group. The best kind of effect of running 42 kilometers is runners generally feel an increased level of genius, if that makes any sense. Running increases levels of positive neurotransmitters like endorphins naturally, you know, or norepinephrine, both of which are responsible for alertness, or serotonin, which helps, you know, regulate the mood, you know. Plus, running puts the brain in an alpha wave state, which is associated with feelings of calmness and well-being. As well as this, researchers at, you know, where was it? At the University of Illinois found that 30 minutes of exercise resulted in up to a 10% improvement of cognition, or being more effective in processing a problem or situation. So, if 30 minutes does that, imagine what over 2 hours does to a person. Maybe Einstein ran marathons before he found his theories. Now this year I'm a one-man team doing the commentating. Last year I had my colleague Lachlan Gaselli with me, and you know, back and forth makes it a little more fun, but this feels like a podcast, so I hope I'm doing a good job right now. And does it really matter? I mean, all you can see right now, all you can look at are beautiful kind of like scenes of Istanbul. Great shot, by the way. I can't stop saying that. From the top of the bridge, you have Mir Imamoğlu and his wife Dilek going across as well. Again, not as fast as the runners, as the elite runners, but you know, that's okay. He's the mayor. Getting some shots for the gram. There you have Fetten Alamuragasa still leading the race. His 15K time was 48 minutes and 7 seconds. The closest to him was Israel Söylemez. If you remember, he was his partner at the beginning of the race. And they're in that little group behind him, if you can see, behind that car, I believe. They're 40 seconds behind him, so my initial estimate of about 20 to 30 seconds was way off. Now, leading up to a race, especially for elite runners who put on the most effort, a lot of caloric intake is needed to be able to, you know, use that amount of energy, 42 kilometers. According to some researches, marathon runners actually, burn up to a year's worth of iPhone energy. So, you know, if you could turn that into electricity, you could charge your iPhone for 1 year. You use that energy to charge your iPhone for 1 year, which is crazy. I mean, the amount you would need to just do that in 42 kilometers is crazy. the average runner burns about 2,600 calories during a marathon. And so during the race, runners would sometimes, replenish their energy levels with protein or, carbs. If there were Big Macs involved, I would definitely run a marathon. Or any kind of burger. No sponsorships. Now that's the creme de la creme kind of view for the marathon, the Bosphorus Bridge. Halil Yashin on the left there. The slowest of the men at 51 minutes and 40 seconds at the 15K mark. Just over 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes. But for the women, you have Diana Chemtai Kipyoge leading the charge. There you have your normal non-elite marathon runners who are still going for their personal bests. Like I said before, every runner has a journey, every runner has goals, and they're probably thinking, can I get to the end? Will I finish? Do I know the way? Will I get lost? You can't really get lost on the Bosphorus Bridge. I don't think so, unless you're looking at the view, which, even when you're driving a car, you kind of get lost. It's very dangerous. I do not recommend it. What else do you think about? Do I have my shoes on properly? They're probably not thinking that either at the 15 kilometer mark. Have I tied my shoes properly? But once you get started, once you're at like this point in the race, once you get past that start line, it just becomes natural. And considering 4,000 people are competing in this year's 42K, most of which will probably have completed a marathon in their lifetime, it's all about psyching yourself up, keeping your morale in place, not getting too depressed about your blistering feet. Normally you'd have fans kind of spurring on the runners, but this year it's all going to be an inner struggle. Not for everyone. Some can still find confidence from the right, from the left, some support. It's very important not to strain yourself that quickly too. A slow burn, if you will. Everyone has their style. Everyone has their own style of motivation, style of running. For the Istanbul Marathon, you don't really need much motivation. The sights, the scenes, the history all around you spur you on. So I would say it's more than enough. Right there you have Halil Yashin as a pacemaker for the women's side. And on the men's side, I believe the other group caught up to Fetanella Murugasa. See, being up in front isn't always the most important kind of thing. Now for the men's, I believe they've turned back towards the Bosphorus Bridge. Shortly they'll have the Beylikdüzü Palace on the right hand side. So among the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 riders that I can count, it's probably going to end up anyone's game. It's really hard to tell at this point. But, 20 kilometers in is when you kind of find out who's going to edge closer to the win. Right now, as I've said, that 8 or 9 rider group is their times are very close, 1 hour 3 minutes and 8 seconds. And so with this pace, a sub 2:10 finish might be a little difficult. Depends on if Fetal Alamuragasa does another sprint and takes the lead. But yeah, if they want to pass the record from last year's winner, they'll have to shave off 10 minutes. Which is extremely tough, as you can imagine. Apologies for the absence. So again, as one side is going across the bridge for the first time, the other side has already come back and going the other way. Again, a fantastic view from the bridge. Whoever's up there, good on you. Right there you have the leading women's group in Ali Yashin. Quite interesting how the women are using him as a pacemaker. For the women's side right now, the trio of Diana Chemtai Kipyoge, Fatoa Zerai Bezab, Hiwat Gebrekidan, and Gebra Mariam are around the 1 hour 7 minute and 21 seconds mark for the 20K. Everyone's working on their personal time, taking the race at their own pace, which is the most important thing. Don't injure yourself, don't try to force everything. What's important to know is that, for marathon runners, by default, they must have resilient minds. They have to be able to run through the pain. Obviously, there's a limit to everything. That's why people train. Luckily, we're still able to have an event like this in a city like this with a view like this. most places in the world, right, they had to cancel their marathons. But luckily, City of Istanbul, Spor Istanbul, Mira Ekrem İmamoğlu, they've done everything they can to be able to have the race as clean as they can. It would have been nice to see tens of thousands of people go across the bridge like they do every year. But at least we still have something. At least we can still cherish how beautiful Istanbul is, and what it means to be a part of this city. The guys on the left, I don't think they're marathon runners. You have the men's on the left there. There's Fetana Lumirugasa. Remember, he was leading by a margin of 40 seconds earlier, about 10-15 minutes ago. But now it looks like his energy is depleted. Now we're at the halfway mark. We were at the halfway mark about 3 minutes ago. The timings being 1 hour, 7 minutes, and 15 seconds. So, quick maths, double that. That's 2 hours, 14 minutes, and 13 seconds. Still not enough to beat last year's mark or the world, the course record, but still a mark nonetheless. Now the runners finished up the second passing of the Bosphorus Bridge. They'll be going down Barbaros Boulevard once again. That's about a 30-40 kind of meter incline in terms of elevation. So, you know, you'd assume going downhill would be better for runners, but it's actually the contrary. Normally, the kind of running motion that they have right now is counterintuitive to what they'd normally do on like a flat pancake kind of surface. Yeah, if Üzeyir Söylemez there, kind of giving it a little more juice, and so he won't get juiced out by the end. So as I was saying, going downhill is actually a little bit harder for runners. You'd assume, similar to like riding a bike or the people in wheelchairs right there, or roller skaters, you'd assume it to be a little easier because you're not necessarily fighting against an incline. But actually running downhill could cause injuries if the runners aren't careful. You know, most injuries at marathons are caused when runners are going downhill, and it's very dangerous for their knee ligaments, especially the ACL. And that would be their year done. On the right there, you can see the Ortaköy, one of the more famous neighborhoods in Turkey. Meanwhile, the men are all done with whatever the bridge had to offer. They're starting their descent down towards Barbaros Boulevard, that is. So the men are way past the halfway point. Some say, you know, believing is half the struggle. So they're almost done with their race. On the right hand side, you see the other participants, competitors, people just eyeing that finish line. They have about 30 kilometers, less than 30 kilometers left. It must be so depressing knowing that, you know, you have to cross the bridge, or rewarding, I don't know, to cross the bridge and come back and cross it again, like doing your homework twice. The same trio behind Halil Yashin right there for the women's. Meanwhile, the men's are, as you can see, going downhill. The roller skater has no problem going downhill, but for the men, as I said before, it's tough on your knees. You have to kind of be careful of how you run. Be sure your every step is perfect almost. Because one trip and that's it. Skin knee, 10-15 seconds lost. And it looks like Uzayir is running a little harder than the rest. Interesting fact about Uzayir, he was in Kenya for 50 days. In running camp, actually getting ready for the marathon. And he just returned 3 days ago, so I don't know if he's as acclimatized to the environment as the other runners are. Right there, a local of Istanbul, just getting to the Bosphorus Bridge. In the background right there, you have Ortaköy going at his own pace. Some taking in the view. Now in the beginning, if you could remember, I talked about, you know, normally you'd see close to 40,000 runners at the Istanbul Marathon. And a couple thousand more just going on the 42 or 8K or 15K for fun. But due to the pandemic, there's only 4,000 people racing today. But that doesn't mean people weren't able to compete in a friendly manner at home. People who weren't able to come today had virtual races at home in 3 different categories of 5K, 10K, 15K. And right now we have the first rollerbladers finish the race. That's 1 hour, 17 minutes, and 40 seconds. So obviously they're not the main draw, but what a time. And so I was talking about the virtual races. Istanbul civilians, people in Istanbul had at their homes almost 10,000 people registered, and a good amount, 30% of them completed in their own categories. About 3,000 runners completed their races at home.
Quite the money. İkinci olarak gelmeyi başarıyor erkeklerde paten kategorisinde.
There you can see Uzayir up in front, leading the charge.
Kolay ikinci İstanbul Maratonu saat 8.45'te paten sporcularımızın startıyla başladı ve paten klasmanında 2 erkek sporcu finişe ulaşmayı başardı. 2. sıraya aldı. 42 kilometreyi bitirdi sporcularımız.
We're still waiting for the 25K timings, but as far as we can see, Uzayir is front and center. With the group behind him about 2-3 seconds. dragging.
Paten kategorisinde ilk 2 sırayı alan sporcuların dereceleri birinci olan sporcumuz 1 saat 30 dakikada 42 kilometreyi tamamlarken
Now we're almost at the 25K mark, and it takes quite the toll. As you can see, Üzeri Söylemez getting some liquids in, and some energy drinks or water, depends on what they prefer. I mean, by the end of the race, after the sweat on the runners' bodies begins to cool, there's even a danger of hypothermia, which is really interesting because, you know, if during a pandemic, we know that people's temperatures get looked at, and if we looked at some of the people's temperatures right now, you could say they're having a high-grade fever. But that's what happens when you run. Now right there we're seeing views of the Dolmabahce Clock Tower right next to Dolmabahce Palace. It's right between the palace and the treasure of Hassador. It's quite an amazing bit of architecture. The work of art built between 1890 and 1894. It opened up in 1895. And the insides, I believe, were brought from France back then. And the whole kind of style is neoclassical, baroque, and empirical, which is very similar to Dolmabahce Palace, obviously. There you can see Üzeri Söylemez was a bit further ahead right before we came to the Dolmabahce Clock Tower, but now all the rest are coming back. You have, I believe, Getaya Fischer Gelov? Oh no, I apologize. Bernard Cheriutsang of Kenya. Right next to him. Now we're almost at the 25K mark. Let's check on those times, see if anything was updated. And so yes, Üzeri Söylemez at the 25K mark was running a 1 hour, 19 minute, 10 second race at the time. But he's fallen a bit back. Oh, and he looks like he's injured himself. Oh, let's watch that again. Oh, he tripped up. Oh no. Oh, I hope that's not a cramp. Now, making up that time is really tough. If he's alright, obviously. Currently, right now, as far as I can see, that's Bernard Cheriutsang, the lead of Kenya. His best time was actually in Istanbul 3 years ago at the 2017 edition. 2 hours, 13 minutes, and 2 seconds. But this year, his best time was at Lagos, 2 hours, 13 seconds, 13 minutes, and 18 seconds.
Bizim için Paten Türk ekibi şampiyon diyebiliriz. Sevgili Ahmet ve Suat'ı kutluyoruz. 42 kilometreyi tamamladılar.
Let's talk a little about the mental stages of a marathon. We could talk all day about the physical preparation, what riders do before a race, how they get ready. Normally, I keep saying riders, I apologize. Normally, runners participate in about 2 marathons a year. And so that's like 6 months of prep in between. And it's easy to say, oh, it's physically straining or whatever. But, you know, mentally, when you think about it, only 2 races. And so that's tough. The stages they go through. There's this book called What Happens in the Mind of a Marathon Runner by Tomas Vish Rodriguez. The first stage of running a marathon, euphoria. Now this stage starts before the marathon. You get yourself all psyched up and ends after the first meters. You know, after those blue mats that we saw in the beginning. It includes pre-race jitters, and it's a mix of happy thoughts and doubts. Like everyone has, you know, right before you start working or right before you start a project. For most people, they're excited and kind of worried that they're going to mess everything up. Same thing with runners. You can see the big screens right there next to Beşiktaş's football grounds. One of the coolest places to be at. I believe last year's UEFA Super Cup was held there between Liverpool and Chelsea, with Liverpool winning. European football is coming back to Turkey later in 2021 for the UEFA Champions League. So, you know, another historical night could be on the cards for Liverpool then too. Nonetheless, for runners, it's all about staying focused, staying in the group, not losing your edge. So after euphoria, after your euphoric kind of start to the race, this chatty stage starts, which up until now we haven't seen any of the runners talk, especially for the elite runners. But for the other people, for the other 3,900 and what's the number? 88. Yeah, I believe so. 88 runners, you know, the chatty phase happens approximately after the 6 meter mark, up until the 15. Most runners start to chat with the other runners around them. There's a tendency to quicken the pace, you know, fueled by people around them, fueled by the competition, which can lead to premature exhaustion. You know, being too excited, trying to do your best. You prepared for months on end, and then boom, already tired. The transition to that happens after that little 20-30 meter phase. It's a psychologically neutral stage. As you can imagine, most runners act as they should, focused on their own pace and speed, which we do not need to tell you. Runners like Halil Yashin or Diana Chemtai Kipyoge need that. I mean, they know how to focus. They start focusing before a race. They're focused at the horn, and they keep focus for 42 kilometers. As you can see our colleagues right there with the cameras trying to get the best angles. This happens every year, so, you know, everyone is cherishing the moment. Even people who are working, even the runners, even people in the background going on a little walk in Istanbul. I cannot stress this enough, by the way. Seeing no traffic on these streets is, you can't get used to it.
Ve yine müthiş bir rekabetle 2 patencimiz daha şu anda finish hattını geçiyor.
Every competitor doing their best. Woohoo! No fans, but still reasons to wave. Now, I'll just remind our viewers, normally you'd have 40,000 people running in the 42K, and even more doing the fun runs of 8K and a little longer distances of 15K. But because of the pandemic this year, there's only 4,000 runners for the 42K, people representing their countries. And so Istanbul, the organizers found a clever kind of way to make everyone included, even the people that could not participate in the big, long races. They had 3 virtual categories, runs that people could do by themselves at home for the 5 kilometer, 10 kilometer, or 15 kilometer kind of types of races. You know, let's remind you the slogan of the 42nd Istanbul Marathon, run alone with us. And so this started yesterday, and around 10,000 people registered to run at home. And as far as we've found out, 3,000 completed their goals, either it be at the 5K, 10K, or 15K. And it's still going on today, and so we're expecting a little more info to drop down from organizers saying that, oh, these many more runners completed, reached their goals. And so still something exciting to look forward to. On the left there you can see the men going back through the Galata Bridge. They'll be taking a right a little bit soon, in a few minutes, I believe. And then from there, we'll shortly get the timings for the 30K. On the right, you can see the women. They're a little bit further back. And look how hard the men are pushing. Now, if you've ever watched marathon running or ran a marathon yourself, you've probably heard of something called the runner's wall. This starts happening to participants around the 32K mark. It's actually one of the most difficult parts of a marathon. You know, specialists like these elite runners, they say it's the moment where the runner, where the participant, where the competitor, the athlete starts to use fat as their muscle's main energy source. So up until now, it's been all like, you know, whatever they ate, pasta, all those carbohydrates. But in a few kilometers, they'll start burning their own fat, which is, I mean, it takes a toll on your body. Right there, you can see the Galata Tower. What a sight. The Golden Horn. The Galata Tower, which was on your screens. Oh, there it is. It's one of the oldest towers in the world. And as you can see, one of the most magnificent symbols of the city of Istanbul. And it's on the World Heritage Site. A little pricey to go up, but hey, it's worth it. The view is definitely worth it. And if you're ever in Istanbul, take a trip up. There you can see the men's. Edging ever closer to the 30K mark. And so they'll be hitting the runner's wall, like I said, in a little bit. And if they can complete that in the next 10 kilometers or so, it's, you know, that the runner's wall it's over, and now the athletes finally, you know, go through the bliss of finishing a race. There you go, people running for personal reasons. The gentleman right here showing his support for Azerbaijan. It says he's running for their friendship. On the women's side on the right, spectacularly, Hala Yashkin is still the de facto pacemaker for them, kind of running his own race. At the 25K mark, his time was around 1 hour, 24 minutes, and 42 seconds. So the women aren't that far behind, the likes of Diana, Kemche, Kipchoge, and co. On the left there, you see the men's. In the background there, you had Suleymaniye Mosque, I believe. And just all around, you know, this is what a marathon is. Suffering to reach a goal. Some would say the goal is to avoid thinking of the finish because it's so far away at any given time, even at the starting line, even at the midway point, even at like 39K. The finish line is always far away. So, you know, experts say runners should always think about the next meter. You know, take it one step at a time. Easy to say, but, you know, these guys are used to it. So the 30K times have come in for the men's. Halil Sheen still a bit behind, about 2 minutes behind. Still respectable. Zewudu Hailu Bekele of Ethiopia is currently at a 1 hour 34 minute 31 second mark. So the last 12 kilometers are going to be very tough. As I mentioned before, runners go through what's called a runner's wall, where their energy levels of, you know, what they ate the day before or a couple of days before start to, you know, deplete. And then the body goes into using fat for muscle energy. And so this is arguably the hardest part of a marathon. So all these runners, all 6 of them are very close. You have Zewudu Hailu Bekele, Felix Kimutai, Cosmas Pirech, Tesagaya Getachev Tadese, Edun Cheriot Soy, and Getaev Shegelau. All right next to each other. Well, except for Getaev Shegelau, I apologize. He's about a minute away. And on the women's side, they're going through Galata Bridge once again on their way back. It's probably not as demoralizing as the Bosphorus Bridge because, you know, the turning point is actually a little closer than what these guys are doing. They're getting closer to the 30 kilometer mark too, getting ever so closer to that runner's wall. Let's talk a little bit about Istanbul. If we haven't talked about it enough, especially with all the history around. It wasn't actually Turkish people that started the tradition of running from one continent to another. It was a German tourist, believe it or not, in 1979 that started it all. And the first race had kind of bad luck for starting everything on the 1st of April, so April Fool's Day. And so a lot of people thought it was a joke that people were running from one continent to another across the bridge and didn't really take it seriously. But then in 1982, the name of the race turned into the Asia-Europe race, the Eurasia race, if you will. the Eurasia Run. I apologize. And the municipality started to organize it. And so it was called the Intercontinental Eurasia Race. Oh, there, right there, we can see the closed bazaar, I believe it's called. The Grand Bazaar, obviously. It was constructed by Mehmet the Conqueror in 1461. It's a big shopping hub for tourists, for locals. You can find everything in there, and when I say everything, I mean everything. From spices to everyday things you use at home to telephones, I mean, you name it. If you want to find something, you go to the Grand Bazaar. Right there you have the men's. All stuck close together. And this is how marathons usually go. Now, since the start time of 9 o'clock in the morning, local time, the weather was actually pretty good, pretty sunny. But right now we're getting a bit cloudy. Who knows what happens in the last 10 kilometers. A rainy kind of part would make things more difficult for the runners. They'd have to change strategies. And as you can see at the Golden Horn, they turned around. So that was their second turning point. Remember, the first one was after the Bosphorus Bridge. Now, all those runners are at a 1 hour, 41 minute, 11 second time. Eager to see how it all ends up. On the bottom right there, you see our local athletes, the non-elite ones. Doesn't matter though, they're still running for their own cause. They still have their own inspirations. It might not be winning a prize, winning a cash prize like the elites want to do. But major respect to each and every one of them right there. Now right there, if you focus real closely in between the kind of shadows of the current view, you can see the Fener Greek Patriarchate. Patriarchate. It's one of the 14 autocephalic churches that make up the Eastern Orthodox Church, representing Orthodox Christianity. Today, the Patriarchate, which is managed by Constantinople new Roman Archbishop and Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew I, has a special place in Orthodoxy because it's located in the capital of what once was the Eastern Roman Empire. And it's still the main church of most of today's Orthodox churches. Aliashin there, still pacemaker for the top two women. Let's take a quick glance at their times if we can see. Yep, Diana Chenda Kipchoge at a 1 hour 41 minute 17 mark for the 30K. Hiwot Gebekidan Gebe Mariam is at level with her. And a little over a minute away is Fatwa Zerai Bezab. So it's probably going to be either Kipchoge or Gebre Mariam. taking the win on the women's side. And they probably owe it all to Halil Yashin, who's running in his first marathon, by the way. Good on him. I believe he's just a little over 20 years old. So he's also one of the youngest to participate. What pressure having two of the world's best runners, Kenya's Kipchoge and Ethiopia's Gebremichael, right behind you. But I suppose it's more motivation than anything. You still see the excellent view from the top of the bridge right there. Respects to the cameraman or camerawoman. Still have bits and pieces of people crossing the bridge, coming back from the bridge. Right there on the right, you see the monuments for the martyrs for the July 15th attempted coup, giving their lives for the country against terrorists. What a view. You definitely don't get to see this every day. I wonder how long it took for our guys to go up there. You can see the men right there from our drone views. They're well past the Grand Bazaar. And on their right, I believe, you could see the Hagia Sophia. But from this angle, all we can see is how fast they're running, how tired they are, actually, from how they're running. Still have roller skaters taking their time. A few marathon runners right there, locals, I believe. Oh no, that's Halil Yashin and the women's. It's Kipchoge and Gebremichael right behind him. So if they win, will they give some of their prize money to Halil Yashin? I don't think so. For the men's, we see 4 front runners right now. I believe that's Kozmas Birech, Zewodu Hailu Bekele, Felix Kimutai, and Getacham Tadese Tasagai. 2 Kenyans and 2 Ethiopians. The ultimate marathon battle. Now you see one of those big ships going through the Bosphorus. You can see a couple of those every day.
Tebrikler, Engin Toroğlu'da finish gören bir diğer patencimiz oluyor.
And so we're going towards the last 20 minutes or so, 20-25 minutes, depending on how fast the runners decide to go at this point. Right now, it's all about still trying to conserve your energy for that last sprint. Because as you can see, they're all very close together. Halil Yashin still leading the way for the women's. Remarkable stuff from the first-time marathon runner. Policeman on the left there, making sure no one gets in the runner's ways. That's the last thing we want. Someone breaking up all their rhythm.
Timing ekibimizin bilgisayarından takip ettiğimiz kadarıyla biraz sonra Batuhan finish görecek bir diğer sporcumuz ve hemen ardından patenlerdeki İlk kadın sporcunun finişini izleyeceğiz.
Getting ever so closer to the 35K mark for the men's. Now, on legitimate terms, the record for fastest time at a marathon is 2:01:39 by Eliud Kipchoge. And as we know, as people who like marathons, he ran under 2 hours last year. But it wasn't against regulation, but you know, it wasn't a normal marathon. He had a bunch of pacemakers. His fluids were always in check at any time, more so than a normal marathon. And the elevation marks weren't as the elevation. It was a pancake race, to put it bluntly. So for Istanbul, you saw we had that Barbaros Boulevard climb and the descent. So that'll affect the runners' times. To be quite honest, they probably won't get anywhere close to 2 hours and 1 minute, 39 seconds. With the pace they're on, they probably won't even get close to last year's record of 2:09:44.
Bir başka patencimiz var. Şu an start üstünde.
So, you know, still exciting to watch, nonetheless. I mean, for runners to go under 2 hours for 42 kilometers, it's for a legit marathon, not what Kipchoge did. Some call that 2 hour barrier the Narnia of distance running. You know, from C.S. Lewis's famous Narnia universe. Unreal, in other words. Like right now, we're talking about the men's trying to eclipse Istanbul's record time of 2:09:44. But to shave off a minute, that's impossible. As you can see, the Golden Horn. Alta Bridge. Somewhere around there. Oh, it's to our left. Yeah, the Golden Horn. Amazing kind of sight. At every turn, you have scenic routes. Just eye-popping visuals of Istanbul. That's what makes the Istanbul Marathon one of the best, if you ask me. And I'm not even from Istanbul, so you could say I'm a little objective.
Ardından Eser Erdoğanlı. Evet, bakıyoruz şu anda. Evet, bir kadın sporcumuz geliyor şu anda. Eser Erdoğanlı finişi geçen ilk kadın sporcu oluyor. Tebrikler.
The top three runners on the men's side just passed it with a time of 1 hour 49 minutes and 28 seconds. Kimintai Felix was among those bunch. Remember, he won this race in 2018, setting the then course record. He was beaten last year. So yeah, less than 7 kilometers away, flat surface ahead. It's all about using your energy at the right pace, either by sprinting in the last couple hundred meters or just consistently delivering good times. Yes, as I've told you, 35K split was 1 hour 49 seconds and 1 hour 49 minutes and 28 seconds. Kimintai Felix, the 2018 champion. Tadesse Getachew started athleticism. He became an athlete at 19 years old, which is relatively late when you think about it. there you have the view. Actually, the Istanbul Marathon, it gives people who live in Istanbul a chance to see Istanbul without all the traffic and cars and, you know, horn sounds and whatever. If there wasn't a pandemic, you know, believe me, you'd see tens of thousands, maybe close to like more than 100,000 people on the streets, kind of enjoying the emptiness of the surroundings. While Halil Yashin is still helping out the women, the top two leading women right there. Diana Chemtai Kipyoge and Meseret. Oh no, sorry, Hiwot Gevreki'den. On the left there, the men's are down to 3 in the lead. But you never know what happens in the last 5, 6, 7 kilometers.
Sporcularımızın arasına katılıyor. Bu arada birkaç gün önceki meteorolojik bilgilere baktığımızda bugün açık bir hava bekliyorduk ancak Yeni Kapı'da bir sürprizle gökyüzünde şu anda yağmur bulutları toplanmaya başladı. Umarız bizi teğet geçecektir. Ve sevgili Dilek de oldukça ihtişamlı bir finish görüyor.
Now right there you see stats for Zeladuhail Bekele from Ethiopia. He's 25 years old. His best time was at Dubai in 2020 with a 2:06.31 mark.
Böyle girdi ve finish gördü.
That was in January, I believe. And because of how the pandemic is happening, that was his first and only marathon in his career. 25 years old. And so if he wins here as well, that's a big accomplishment. Dubai and Istanbul, two very different courses, two very different cities, two very different temperatures, two very different ways to prepare yourself for 42 kilometers.
Sosyal medya hesabından takip edebilirsiniz. Maraton kelimesini İngilizce olarak girmenizi rica ediyoruz. Maraton İstanbul. Sosyal medya hesabından tüm gelişmeleri.
Don't forget, we're less than a year away from the rescheduled Tokyo Games. They were supposed to happen this past summer in the Northern Hemisphere in Tokyo. In June, I believe, yes. And so, whatever happens in this race, finishing under 210 or around 210 will give runners quite an advantage to be able to compete in Japan next summer, next year. In other words, it could make a dream come true for one of these runners. Right now, you can actually notice the weather kind of, I don't want to say going bad, but a lot of clouds on the horizon right there, and as you know, every kind of condition affects how runners continue. You know, 3 of them right now could be leading, could have a say or contend for the win, but if it, you know, some raindrops, we could see some extra kind of unpredictability towards the end, because, you know, whether if it's hot or cold or windy or rainy, affects everything. So right there you can see the Topkapi Palace. Some info on that coming up in a bit. Right now it's Turkish, but just give it a little time. Quite a view as well. I mean, you can't say that enough about the Istanbul Marathon. So the Topkapi Palace's construction of its first buildings was started by Sultan Mehmet the Conqueror, Mehmet II, between 1461 and 1468. The government's official ceremonies were conducted here, and today it serves as the Topkapi Palace Museum. No official use. It's one of the most important and richest museums in the world. A lot of artifacts, especially Islamic artifacts. So here we see the last stretch. Behind us is where the runners came from. On the right hand side you have, you can probably see the Maiden's Tower. Probably not. But yeah, it's going to be one of these three runners to win the 2020 Istanbul Marathon. Let's look at their last times. See if we have any updates. So yes, Felix Kumutai, the 2018 champion. Zewodu Haylu Bekele and Tesegaya Getachautadese are all three. They're at the 1 hour 49 minute 28 seconds mark. So it's going to be pretty exciting to see how it all unfolds. Again, that spectacular view from our drone operators here at the Istanbul Marathon. I used to live on the Asian side and work on the European side, and that trip, although you know, seeing the visuals that you just saw right now, you can't, I mean, you do get used to it because it's very tiresome and, you know, not the greatest trip in the world. But for these runners, every year, it's probably one of the best feelings in the world. Especially if one of these three turn out to win 50,000 Turkish liras. Now, we're well past the 35k mark, coming closer to the 40k, and as I've mentioned before, they're probably hitting the wall. The runner's wall.
Özge Özer'i kutluyoruz. Centilmence iki sporcumuz da birlikte girdiler finişe.
Time for a little science. Humans can only store about 2,000 calories of glucose compared to the 700,000 or 100,000 calories we can store as fat. So runners burn roughly 100 calories of glucose, of basically sugar, for every mile of the marathon. Mile-wise, that's another thing. That means you will have burned your entire supply of glucose after 32 kilometers and will start to rely almost exclusively on fat for fuel. I should probably do that more often. So because fat provides less energy per unit time than glucose, you'll have to slow down. So currently, even though Diana Chemtai Kipyoge is at the 2 hour 3 minute and 2:45 second mark, she's probably going to feel the burn and start to slow down. But in marathons, you know, that's why these guys are pros. That's where these guys are elites. It's all about how you finish. And so when you do have to slow down because of how your body burns fat differently than the glucose, that's when a runner is in danger of hitting the infamous wall, the runner's wall. Sometimes they say blood glucose levels may drop to very low levels, you know, resulting in a condition called hypoglycemia. And you know, taking sports drinks or sugary gels during the race can help to maintain normal blood glucose levels. And throughout the 42 kilometers, you've seen the runners, the competitors, the athletes take, you know, liquids, drinks, as I've mentioned, gels from the sides, from organizers. And that helps them, you know, go that extra step Right here you have Hivot Gebekidan from Ethiopia. She was going head-to-head with Diana Chemtai Kipchoge of Kenya, but it seems like she's hit the wall more so than the leading Kipchoge. Now we're at the 2 hour and 5 minute mark. Right here at the finish line, we're getting ready for the first couple of finishes. Let's check out the times again.
Evet, Spor İstanbul gönüllerinin tezahüratlarıyla finişe doğru yavaşlayan patencimiz yeniden enerji topluyor ve finiş hattına doğru yaklaşıyor. Tebrik ediyoruz paten Türk ekibine.
Right now we're seeing more of the roller skaters finish their 42-kilometer races. Cheers from organizers here, people involved in the Istanbul Marathon. The orange vests. Not a political
Evet, elit
event.
atletler artık ne kolay 42. İstanbul Maratonu'nda son 2 kilometreye girdiler. 3 atlet peşi sıra koşuyor. Çok heyecanlı bir finish görebiliriz sevgili spor severler.
So as you can see right now, we're at the 40K mark. 2 kilometers remain, and it's Felix Kimutai and Zewadu Hailu Bekele in front with a 2 hour, 5 minute, and 2 second mark. So exciting seeing the race go head to head right now.
Ne kolay 42. İstanbul Maratonu'nda.
And it looks like Bekele is taking the lead with the last couple 100 meters left. Oh, we're getting so excited over here at the finish line. Meanwhile, on the women's, Diana Chemtai Kipchoge seems like she has the win in the bag. She's bagged the win. From this angle, we can't really see anyone behind her. Now, it's important to say that after completing a marathon, a runner's immune system may be compromised for several months after finishing 42 kilometers, and it could leave them susceptible to colds and infections. So, not the most ideal time to run a marathon, considering the fact that we're in a global pandemic. Now on the men's side, as you can see, 40 kilometers split is at 2 hours, 5 minutes, and 2 seconds. Ever so closer to finding out who will win the race. A little dark right now out in the tunnel. Meanwhile, on the women's side, Diana Chemtai Kipchoge, we can comfortably say, barring some kind of accident or disaster, she will be the new women's champion.
Finişe doğru yaklaşıyorlar. 2 saat 8 dakika geride kaldı. Az sonra start alanının hemen karşısında dev ekranın bulunduğu noktadan geçecekler. Tünelden çıktı atletler. Biraz sonra önümüzden geçecekler. Ve işte Garmin ve Farkatçı araçları, kameraman ekibimiz ve ardında sporcular, park açılmaya başladı. Bakalım son metrelerde bir atak gelecek mi? Ziyudu Halil Bekele'den
44 seconds away
şu anda
from
görebildiğiniz
Felix
kadarıyla
Kimutai.
götürüyor.
So finding out if Felix Kimutai can pass the course record.
Bernard Çelik Sang'ın lider olduğunu timing ekibimiz hemen ilettiler. Bernard Çelik Sang şu anda liderliği eline geçirmiş durumda. Bakalım finişe doğru da buna devam edebilecek mi?
Now we've just been told that Bernard Chariot Sang is actually leading the race. Apologies. And we'll see if the Kenyan athlete can actually win the Istanbul Marathon. Now they'll be turning around shortly. As you can see on the right-hand side, that's where the finish line is. They'll be finishing in the same direction as they started. Last few kilometers, last few meters actually.
Kolay 42. İstanbul Maratonu'nda paten kategorisinde sporcularımız finish görmeye devam ediyorlar. İşte iki sporcumuz da birlikte finish gördüler. Tebrik ediyoruz. 42 kilometreyi tamamladınız. Kenya, Etiyopya mücadelesi genel klasmanda erkeklerde sürüyor. Son kilometre içerisindeyiz. Bernard Cheriot-Sang şu anda lider götürüyordu son kilometreye girerken. Çok büyük bir heyecan.
So excited to see who is going to be
İstanbul Maratonu'nda
2020 winner for the Istanbul Marathon.
Görüyoruz. Spor İstanbul gönüllerinin coşkulu tezahüratı eşliğinde start finish düzlüğünde.
And it looks like Bernard Cheriot-Sang from Kenya will be the 2020 Istanbul Marathon champion. No fans, but you still have the support from the organizers. And Bernard Cheriot-Sang is the 2020 Istanbul Marathon champion. His best time was at Istanbul 3 years ago with the 2:13.02 time, but this time he's done 2 minutes better. Bernard Cheriot-Sang, 2020 champion of the Istanbul Marathon.
Üçüncü olarak genel klasmanda Etiyopyalı sporcu
And we'll see, and then in a few minutes' time, we'll see how the eventual women's champion, we can say at this point, Diana Chemtai Kipchoge, will fare. It was quite the racer on the men's side. They've all been going neck and neck for the past 2 hours and 12 minutes. Felix Kimitau finished in second place. Remember, he had won the race in 2018, setting a then course record. And then you have Zivudu Hailu Bekele completing the podium at third. It's his second ever marathon. There you can see Diana Chemtai Kipchoge. On the right hand side, you have the finish line waiting for her. The eventual 2020 champion on the women's side. Even if you're not an athletic person, even if you don't work out or go out on runs, you can feel the excitement. You can almost feel what the runners are going through. If you've been watching for the past 2 hours, 13 minutes, 14 minutes now, you've been on a journey yourself. Maybe on your sofa, in your bed, regardless. Even being part of this, watching this live right now as the runners go past the finish line, it's something else for Istanbul. Let's hope fans can come back next year. Let's hope we can have more people running the marathon next year. let's hope we can have more world-class athletes like Diana Chemtai-Kipchoge. What an amazing race finish for the men's, though. Neck and neck for almost 99% of the race. And then at the last couple hundred meters, Brenna Cheriot-Sang from Kenya grabbed the win. On the flip side, on the women's side, Diana Chemtai-Kipchoge is, she has a very cool move right now.
İlk gelecek genel klasmandaki Türk atletimizi de coşkulu bir şekilde alkışlayacağız sevgili
Now, her best
sponsorlar.
time, her personal best was in Ljubljana in 2019 with a 2-hour, 22-minute and 7-second mark. Depending on how fast she goes here, she might have a chance to do her personal best.
Evet, Türk atletlerimizden Hüseyin Söylemez de ilk sakatlık geçirdi ama yine de ne kolay 42. İstanbul Maratonu'na devam ediyor. Yavuz Ağralı Türk atletler adına şu anda liderliği götürüyor diyebiliriz.
More rollerbladers finishing. People on wheelchairs also finishing.
Kadın patencilerimizden Gizel'i kutluyoruz Paten Türk ekibi adına. Mücadeleyi tamamladık. 42 kilometrelik
Now we're seeing Brenna Cheriot-Sang's win right there, passing the line, becoming the 2020 champion of the Istanbul Marathon. Oh, and a much-needed rest right there after going 42 kilometers. I don't think if you add up the amount of the distance I've run throughout my life, I don't think it'll add up to 42 kilometers. Anyway, that's not the point here. The point is watching Diana Chemtai-Kipchoge of Kenya dominate the race. Currently at 2 hours and 17 minutes. 5 minutes away from her personal best. You know, obviously the course is the same for everyone, but each journey to the finish line is unique to each and every participant. Easy to say it's even more unique for winners like Diana Chemtai-Kipchoge. That is, if I don't jinx it. I've been saying that for a couple minutes now. And even if we don't have fans for this year's marathon, there are still organizers, volunteers, spurring on the participants, the athletes, supporting them in their effort to give a little more juice to you know, trying to finish the race. Each journey to the finish line is unique. And as you can see there, her best time was at Ljubljana, a 2-hour, 22-minute, 7-second mark, 2019. Kipchoge also finished third in 2018's Istanbul Half Marathon. So she kind of knows the climate of Istanbul and knows what it takes. Let's just look at her lead. Let's just take a look at how dominant she's being right now. At the 40K mark, her lead was a little over 1.5 minutes. And right now, it's the runner's wall. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're a world-class athlete, if you've won anything before, almost every athlete hits it. And right now,
Türk sporcumuz şu anda coşkulu tezahüratlar eşliğinde ne kolay İstanbul Maratonu'nda finish görüyor Yavuz Ağralı.
so some excitement at the finish line right there.
Sporcumuz için Yavuz Ağralı
Türk sporcular
became
içerisinde
the
fastest
fastest
Turkish
başarıyor.
athlete to finish the race. Let's take a look at his time.
2.19.23'lük derecesiyle Türk sporcularımız arasında birinci oluyor Yavuz Ağralı.
And so he's the first among Turkish athletes, finishing 6th overall. Meanwhile, still waiting on Diana Chemtai-Kipyoge. It's like watching Lewis Hamilton start a race and win it eventually. She will be winning it. Mentioning Formula One, more international sporting action next weekend.
Ve tekerlekli sandalye kategorisinde son metrelerde müthiş bir çekişme var. Ve Kolay İstanbul Maratonu'nda 42 kilometre boyunca süren çekişme son metrelerde işte yine büyük heyecana sahne oluyor. Kadın ve erkek sporcularımızı kutluyoruz.
And then on the men's side, you have Vijay Söylemez
Ömer
finishing the
Çantay
race.
ve Hamide Doğan gün birlikte finish görüyorlar.
He was going pretty strong during the middle
Evet,
phase,
sevgili Hüseyin de şu anda
but
finish
suffered a
gördü.
little injury, something
Maraton
that looked like a
sırasında
cramp
bir
to me.
sakatlık yaşamıştı.
But he still managed to finish 7th overall, I believe. Yes.
Yüzünden okumuştuk adeta.
Quite a frustrating moment then for Zaire. Right now, all eyes are on Diana Chemtai-Kipyoge.
Tasnif dışı koşan bir koşucu zannediyorum ya da checkpoint noktalarından geçiş yapmamış olan bir sporcumuz da finish gördü.
Kipyoge still has quite a lot to go.
Ve kadınlarda şu anda liderliği Kenyalı sporcu Diana Chemtai-Kipyoge lider götürüyor.
Oop, someone in the middle of the road, almost sabotaging her race.
Patenli sporcularımızı
So,
kutluyoruz.
on the left side, on the right side, waiting on the finish line. Oh, there she is.
Halil Yaşin geliyor. Halil Yaşin Türk sporcularımız arasında üçüncü olacak. İşte Diana Chemtai-Kipyoge Kenyalı sporcu kadınlarda birinci olmayı başarıyor.
Diana Chemtai-Kipyoge,
Chemtai-Kipyoge Kenyalı sporcu
2020 winner of the Istanbul Marathon. Let's look at her time to see if she was able to break her personal best. And with a 2:22.06, she's just 1 second faster than your personal best. What a place to have your personal best right here. What a place to go fastest.
Şimdi kadınlarda ikinci ve üçüncüyü bekliyoruz.
Now we're waiting on the second and third place finishes. And
Kipyoge Kenyalı sporcu birinci olmayı başardı ve Kolay 42. İstanbul Maratonu'nda.
there you go, Halil Yaşin,
İlk maratonunu tamamlıyor coşkulu
finishing his
alkışlarımızla.
first marathon
Sevgili
at
Halil
2
kutluyoruz.
hours,
14 gün
23 minutes,
sırasıyla
and 8-9 seconds, give or take.
Halil Yaşin ilk maratonunu böylece tamamlamış oluyor.
Quite an impressive feat for a first-time marathoner.
Tebrikler Halil Yaşin.
He also finished the race
Türk
in 8th place.
sporcularımızın
So all three of the
sıralamasında
Turkish elite
ilk
runners
maratonda üçüncü
finished
olmayı
back to
başarıyor
back to
Halil
back,
Yaşin.
which is quite an accomplishment. If you can remember, early stages of the race, Halil Yaşin was the somewhat de facto pacemaker for the women's side. Diana Chemtai-Kipyoge and runners like Hiwot Gebrekidan made use of Halil's big stature and the way he kind of shielded them from air resistance early on, in the middle, and even after passing the Bosphorus Bridge for the second time. On the women's side, we're looking forward to see who is second place.
Sanıyorum kadınlarda genel klasman ikincisi geliyor.
And Evet, Hiwot Gebreki'den Gebre Meryem.
Gebre Meryem. Tebrik ediyoruz. Hiwot Gebre Meryem. Kadınlarda genel klasman
Second place
ikincisi
finish with
oluyor.
a 2:24.33
Etiyopyalı
time.
sporcu Dayana'nın ardından ikinci gelerek
Not quite her personal best. She was faster as Guangzhou in 2019. But finishing second in Istanbul is quite an achievement. You could say it's even as good as her 2012 title of second place in the youth 3,000 meters, I believe. So for this part of the race, we're waiting on the last podium spot for the women's side. Depending on how they got on, it could be either Fatoazera Bezba of Ethiopia or her compatriot Yeshikala Chekole. Another beautiful visual from our cameraman at the top of the Bosphorus Bridge, the July 15th Martyrs Bridge. He either hates it or loves it, we do not know. Chance here at the finish line. Building up some extra motivation for the runners, whoever's coming through. You see some runners right there soaking up the course, powering their way through. Shout out to one of my colleagues, Robin Adams, who's going through the agony of 42 kilometers. Rare moments for the streets of Istanbul.
Son metrelerde patent kategorisinde nefesi kesen bir çekişme. Foto finish mi verilecek? Evet, birlikte geliyorlar. Hangisi?
A photo finish for the roller skates.
Foto finish verilecek. Hemen bakıyoruz.
Excitement in all categories at the Istanbul Marathon right here.
Dediğimiz anda sporcularımızın çipsiz mücadele eden sporcular olduğunu belirtelim. Dolayısıyla herhangi bir checkpoint noktasından geçmemiş iki sporcu hepimize heyecanlandırdı. Teşekkür ederiz.
We were just told that the two roller skaters just now did not have chips on them, so we don't know whether if their photo finish meant anything. Racing is racing. Everyone here at the Istanbul Marathon, all 4,000 participants, from roller skaters to people in wheelchairs, everyone had a different reason to compete. Different stories, different motivations, and, you know, everything's going to be told after the race. It's going to be a good story, regardless of what the source is. Not a lot of people can say they walked or ran or sprinted the Bosphorus Bridge. Not a lot of people can say they sprinted from one continent to another, from Asia to Europe to Europe to Asia. Right now, still a lot of excitement at the finish line. No fans, but as you can see on the right and the left, volunteers are making things a little fun. Chanting, singing, doing their best to build up some energy. Ooh, and a cool drone shot from our camera operators right here. Istanbul is well known for sporting events, actually. Every year you have the Istanbul Marathon. You have that 2005 miracle in Istanbul for Liverpool. It came back to beat Milan 3-2 in the Champions League. Next weekend, you'll have the Formula 1 coming to town. Turkish Grand Prix back for the first time in almost 10 years. New cars, new technology, new faces. Only a handful of drivers raced in Istanbul. So more excitement there as well. And you just can't get used to this. There you're seeing the Asian side. You can tell from that big communication needle there, and right in the center, and the Turkish flag.
Tekerlekli sandalye kategorisindeki
More wheelchair riders finishing the race at the finish line.
yoğun tezahürat eşliğinde finişe doğru yaklaşıyor.
Another big boat crossing the Bosphorus.
42 kilometreyi saniyeler sonra tamamlayacak. İşte adeta start finish
Runners are still crossing and coming back. Or coming back rather than crossing at this point.
Tebrik ediyoruz sporcumuzu.
You can also recognize it's the Asian side by the mosque on the left. When you're top of the corner, the Çamlıca Mosque. Almost done, I believe. You have the Beylerbeyi Palace on the left right there. And so in the men's ranking, we have the top 8 finishes, or almost. Still waiting on a couple more runners, I believe. Just have to wait for the director to put it up again in a couple of minutes' time. Right now you're seeing local runners, tourists, competing against themselves, against their friends, against their personal best times, competing against their feet, really. And don't worry about the people on the left. Some are journalists. Oh, there you go. I don't know if that's allowed. That shirt was too noticeable. And so yeah, people are just trying to have fun going down the Barbaros Boulevard. For them, they're just at almost the halfway point. If that is the Barbaros Boulevard. My eyes don't deceive me. So yeah, like I was saying, some first-time runners are about to experience possibly the best moments of their lives. You could argue that it's crossing the Bosphorus Bridge again, or actually finishing a 42K race. And when you're in that crowd, when you're among those runners, you don't really realize how big it is, even if it's limited to 4,000 runners this year. 2 hours, 33 minutes in. And let's look at the final rankings in the men's. You have Bernard Cheriot-Sang finishing at 2 hours, 11 minutes and 49 seconds. His compatriot Felix Kimutaev finishing at 2 hours and 12 minutes on the dot. Zewudu Hailu Bekele finishing 23 seconds later. Tesagaya Getachao Tadese, Cosmos Bilej, Edwin Cheriot-Soy, and our last 3 Turkish runners. Yavuz Arula, the fastest, Among the three, Üzeri Söylemez, who suffered an injury. He was going really strong towards in the middle part of the race, and Halil Yashin finishing out the top 9. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the women's. Still waiting on a 3rd place finish, I believe. Considering that Fatah Zaray Bezab was around 14 minutes slower than our eventual winner Kipchoge, she could be right around the corner. Kipchoge finished her race at 2 hours and 22 seconds, 2 hours and 22 minutes, I apologize, and 6 seconds. So if we do basic maths, add 14 to that, we should be seeing either Bezab or Yeşil Çakole rounding out the podium for the women's side. It's also appropriate to wear the right, to have the right gear when running. Cotton is a big no-no. At the finish line right now, you could probably hear the excitement of more roller skaters finishing. The volunteers here are chanting for every finisher, helping them get across the line, making them know that, wherever you finish, it's an accomplishment. Oh. More finishers coming up. More roller skaters. Oop, almost took a fall right there. And the Bosphorus. Now, as you can see, still got a lot of people crossing the bridge, more so from the Asian side than the European side. And yes, as you can see, this is how it all got started, with Mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu, his wife, and the Vice Governor of Istanbul starting things off for the roller skaters. They're now finishing here at the finish line, almost 2 hours and 30 minutes later. And after that, you had the wheelchair group start things off. And then came the main event. 42nd Istanbul Marathon. You had 14 elite athletes on the men's side and about 7 on the women's side. Here you can see Fatena Alamuragasa with an early lead. Halil Yashin being the de facto pacemaker for the women's. And in the beginning, it was a fun race. It looked like Üzeri Söylemez and Fatena Alamuragasa had everything under wraps, but that's not how marathons work. The more you're in front, the more air resistance you suffer. Üzeri Söylemez doing a recent sign of a rescue girl from an earthquake in Izmir, showing his support for the people of Izmir. And like I said, Regasa in the early legs of the race was way in front. At this point, similar to what I said to Kipchoge on the women's side, I said Regasa was looking like Lewis Hamilton in a Mercedes car, dominating his opponents, looking like the eventual winner. Meanwhile, over in the women's side, they were all using Halil Yashin as a shield against the air resistance. Right as the women were passing, or going on to the bridge, Mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu and his wife also took a stroll on the July 15th Martyrs Bridge. And it was and still is a fun day for running in Istanbul. Though it all unraveled for the men's on the way back from Asia. From the youngest runner in Halil Yashin to the oldest, everyone had doubt on their minds. From the elite athletes to the amateurs.
Cengiz Memuye Çelvao 3. olmayı başarıyor. 2.37.52 ile kadınlar genel klasmanda sevgili sporcularımızı bir kez daha kutluyoruz.
But everyone had also the same aim, finishing 42K.
İlk finish görecek Türk sporcuyu bekliyoruz.
For the women's side, we have our eventual last place on the podium. Tigist Memuyu Gebeyahu of Ethiopia, finishing with a 2-hour, 37-minute and 52-second time. Still waiting on the first Turkish finisher on the women's side. But towards the end, as you can see on the highlights, the contenders and pretenders were evident. Diana Chemtagi Kipyoge was the ultimate winner at running any kind of competition. While on the men's, it was Benad Cheriot Sang from Kenya winning. Surprise win just ahead of 2018 Felix Mutai. Meanwhile, right here at the finish line, you can see Tubay Erdal finishing just a little over 2 hours and 40 minutes. And here you can see in the highlights, Kipyoge winning and getting a well-deserved rest at the finish line.
42 kilometreyi tamamladı Tubay Erdal.
Still waiting on some of the elite runners on the women's side. You can see locals, tourists trying to finish their 42Ks. On the left, you can see Istanbulites enjoying not having traffic or car sounds around. It's very rare, very rare. You either have to wait for a political rally, which then it's still noisy, or the annual Istanbul Marathon, or the half marathon, which generally happens in April. You can see people waiting at the finish line. You can see people struggling, fighting against the pain in their feet, in their legs, in their arms, in their shoulders. Just pain everywhere to go and do their personal bests. For some, it's not about getting your personal best, it's about actually finishing a marathon. A struggle that I would probably be a part of.
Erkeklerde 3. Zigudu Ayubu Bekele, Etiyopyalı sporcu. 2. Kenyalı Felix Mutai ve 1. ise Benad Cheriot Sang oluyor. Kenyalı sporcu.
Here we have more finishers at the line. Such an exhausting 42 kilometers. It doesn't matter, like I said, if you're an amateur or an elite athlete. The thrill of actually being able to finish 42 kilometers is immeasurable.
Kolay İstanbul Marathon'u tamamlayan sporcularımızı bir kez daha kutluyoruz. Ve kadınlar genel klasmandaki ilk üçü tekrar edelim. 3. Tigist Memuye Gebreyahu, 2. Hivot Gebrekidan Gebremaryam ve kadınlar genel klasman birincisi Diana Chemtagi Kipyogen Kenyalı atlet birinci gelmeyi başarıyor.
And so at the finish line, you can see more wheelchair riders finishing the race. A ways back, you can see people struggling to go and just finish, just end their races at a respectable time for themselves. Every time is respectable in our eyes. Towards the ending stages of the race, runners tend to get dormant psychologically. You know, negative thoughts arise. They start thinking, well, you know, should I just not finish? Should I give up? But if you've ever ran a marathon, you know that negative thoughts should always be turned into positive ones. You know, it's helpful to think things like, you know, I was expecting to feel this way. It's just another stage of the race. This feeling will pass. And for the runners you see here, most of them probably know that. You know, looking at how their physiques are, looking at how they're running, keeping their pace. We're almost close to 2 hours and 50 minutes. So even considering that they're at this point, they should probably know that things are gonna hurt. And it doesn't matter if you have history all around you. You know, your feet tell another story. The pain tells another story. Now, choosing good shoes is very important because you can have your toes turn black because of the little arteries under your toenails. Here at the finish line, you can see another athlete finishing their race. Here you can see the Gaza Tower in the background. Friends running together. Not quite talking, but you know, motivating each other in their own way. This guy is having a tough time thinking about the finish, thinking about going home, relaxing.
Bir kadın sporcu şu anda start finish düzlüğünde.
You can see how much they're suffering from their facial expressions. Oh, she's less than 100 meters away, less than 50 meters away, but I'm sure it looks as far as it did when she was on the bridge. But now, instead of thinking about suffering or the distance, it's about finishing. It's about passing the line and going through that bliss, the spike of adrenaline, making yourself feel good. You know. And it does make you forget a little bit about the exhaustion. Everyone knows the consequences, and that's one of the most important things before starting a race. Knowing that in the end, you're gonna feel terrible. You're gonna feel tired. You're gonna feel probably in the worst shape of your life, maybe. Telling yourself, you know, you should have trained more, but instead of training psychologically, training the mind is necessary as well, you know, to make sure your emotions don't affect you negatively throughout the 42 kilometers. And even for roller skaters who have headphones, it's important to know that it will end eventually. Keeping yourself psychologically in check, anticipating the pain, knowing that you can fight through it, knowing that it will eventually end, and in the end you will feel that quote-unquote runner's high. You know, and knowing that despite all the training they do, despite running half marathons or full marathons, running up to a race, things are going to hurt. Your feet are going to hate you for a good couple weeks probably. But knowing that it will come, knowing that you can anticipate it, it gives you pace. It lets you, you know, take things one step at a time, one stride at a time. It's, you know, this is precisely the anchoring pace that the runner follows during the first meters. And that'll, in turn, in the long run, help them avoid exhaustion during the last couple kilometers, during the last couple hundred meters, even the last few steps. I mean, last year, the Istanbul Marathon was a little colder, rainier, and you had a lot of people kind of, because of the humidity as well, kind of collapse at the finish line, seeking immediate help from, you know, the health officials around, which we can't see right now, but they're behind the camera, I assure you. And yeah, it's important to establish some sort of internal dialogue. It's important to think about what you will do rather than your past failures. It's important to finish about finishing the race. And as we can see right here, it's a joy to watch, even if you don't run. Here you can see people taking the race at their own gingerly pace. You have civilians walking out and about, utilizing having no traffic around. And in the final rankings, and on the women's side, a surprising difference. So even though Diana Chemtai-Kipchoge finished ahead of everyone else, right now we're seeing Angela Tanui finish on top with a time of 2 hours, 22 minutes and 6 seconds. Quite surprising. Let's check if that's right and not give you false information. With volunteers like these, who needs fans? Look at the motivation, look at the high level of energy they're supplying. Perfect support for any runner. Now, I may have forgotten to mention at the beginning of the race that every kind of coronavirus measure was taken. Athletes' temperatures were taken. They were socially distant before the race. They had masks before the race started, and all kind of health measures were taken in accordance with the health ministry. And so hopefully we won't be seeing any positive coronavirus tests, but you never know. With crowds like these, there's always some bad luck. But fingers crossed. Let's hope everyone stays healthy, stays safe, especially the runners, because as I mentioned before, their immune systems, because of the strain of 42 kilometers, tend to get a little bit weaker than usual. You know, your kidneys take a hit, your body temperature levels take a hit. All kinds of, your body goes through all kinds of hell, to be quite blunt. You know, There are even some reports of people feeling nauseous after running a full marathon. You know, some studies say even a 60-minute session on a treadmill increases the amount of like some gut hormones, and so that kind of suppresses your appetite. And despite being possibly, you know, hypoglycemic, needing food to not faint, not having an appetite is not the greatest thing. Cramps are also a big issue when you run a big marathon like this. You know, it's all about getting the right amount of liquids, getting the right amount of fluids throughout the race, throughout the 42 kilometers. And what's really important is not kind of forcing yourself to go faster. You always have to know that you have your own personal pace and try to go, you know, as fast or as slow as you need to. You know, on race day, cramps are often caused by setting off too fast, you know, trying to go as fast as everyone around you. So, you know, if that happens, stretch it out and try to, you know, get your muscles to soften a little bit. That's what happened to Zeri Söylemez really around the 26 kilometer mark, 25 kilometer mark, where he was going neck and neck with eventual winner Bernard Cheriot-Sang from Kenya. But, you know, if we ever do get to see that footage back, he suffered what looked like to me cramps, and then just, you know, he couldn't really finish in a better place. That said, he still finished, I believe, 6th or 7th. Second overall in Turkish athletes, the males column. It's always a treat to see non-elite athletes go past the finish line. They'll probably be celebrating, you know, running under 3 hours. 2 hours and 57 minutes. Oh, and another thing to think about. So if we consider that most of the 4,000 runners of this year's Istanbul Marathon are from Istanbul, now when you look at most of the buildings or residential areas, we don't have what the U.S. might call suburbs. So if your building does not have an elevator, I am sorry, but after this race today, you're going to struggle with the stairs. Today, tomorrow, the whole week. So let's look at some highlights from today. Again, we have Mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu, his wife, the Vice Governor of Istanbul, starting off the roller skate race. Relatively easier than running, I'd say. And then you had the wheelchair group set off 5 minutes later. And then all eyes were on the main event, the 42nd Istanbul Marathon. It's about 18 elite runners. Again, Ekrem İmamoğlu and co started off the race at 9 o'clock. And early on, you had Ethiopian runner Fetan Alamu Ragasa and Turkish runner Zeri Söylemez leading the charge. Meanwhile, on the women's side, with Halil Yashin running as a de facto pacemaker, Diana Chimtai Kipyoge and co had a relatively easy start. Feten Alamou Ragasa and Üzeyir Söylemez were up in front, setting the pace for the men's. But as I've said earlier, running a marathon is all about pacing yourself. Here you can see Üzeyir Söylemez showing support for the people in Izmir. There was an earthquake recently. Feten Alamou Ragasa in the lead. On the left there, like Lewis Hamilton, I said early on in the race, and I think I jinxed him. On the way back, they crossed paths with the women's side. Where the front runners were taking advantage of Halil. You had Mir Ekrem İmamoğlu and Co jogging on the Bosphorus Bridge. Feten Alamou Ragasa being surprised. Ekrem İmamoğlu being surprised of the view. More finishers at the end line here. Going back to the highlights. Oh, what a scene right there. All those runners are very lucky to be able to cross continents twice in one marathon. On the men's side, you can see Feten Alamou Ragasa and Üzeyir Söylemez having some trouble going down Barbaros Boulevard. Üzeyir Söylemez, he was going pretty good, but then suffered cramps. You had your locals enjoying the race. The top two women runners enjoying Halil Yashin's pacemaker efforts. Everyone was running for a cause. And this is right before the race unfolded on the women's side. Bernard Cheriot Sang of Kenya showed dominance for the men's. Along with wheelchair riders. And it looked like it could be a three-way race for the men's. But then on the women's side, Diana Chimtai Kipyoge showed she's the only one that had the most to offer. As you can see, Bernard Cheriot Sang enjoying a well-deserved rest at the finish line. Meanwhile, on the women's side, it was quite a little wait for Diana Chimtai Kipyoge to finish. With no one in sight, the win was hers. But it was all about going through, living through, running through those pains every runner feels. And again, a well-deserved rest. We're just a little over 3 hours into the Istanbul Marathon. We still have a lot of running to go, especially from the amateur runners. Ones who aren't as competitive as the elite runners, but nonetheless. Running their way to a marathon finish. More people finishing at the end of the line. Ooh, a little disappointment, maybe. More roller skaters finishing. Listen to all that yelling. Listen to all that support from volunteers. Hundreds of runners still have quite a lot of kilometers to go, but it's exciting to see. But it's still exciting to see people finish. It's really amazing how people are supporting the runners as they finish. Even the birds are happy people are finishing. Putting on a show. Ooh, balloon getting in the way. The Istanbul Marathon, sponsored by Kolay, has been a treat to watch this year, despite the coronavirus pandemic. That didn't stop. Close to 4,000 runners aiming to finish 42 kilometers. And it's still going on. Oh, the exhilaration, the sense of triumph every runner is feeling right now. What's the saying? You have to live it to believe it. A couple of runners every few minutes come through and finish their races. Hope everyone's okay. So if we learned anything today from what we
Çok
just
değerli
saw,
katılımcılar, kıymetli sporcular, değerli
it's one of the biggest
basın
obstacles in
mensupları,
athletics,
özellikle
running
sevgili İstanbul.
42 kilometers. Let's look at why you should run a marathon. I'll give you maybe close to 20 reasons why you should come here next year in 2021 and try to complete 42 kilometers. Or even if we have the 8K runs or the 15K runs, that would be okay too. You know, whether you're a seasoned jogger or, you know, you want to work towards a new goal, or if you're a novice runner who is inspired by a friend's accomplishment of winning a race or even completing a race, there are many reasons as to why you would want to train for and run in a marathon. Let's start with physical health. Now, overall, you'll improve it. You'll feel better. And, you know, running regularly strengthens your heart by increasing your aerobic capacity. And it even improves your blood pressure. Right now, let's go to İstanbul Mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu.
Kıymetli katılımcılar, hanımefendiler, beyefendiler. Bugün yine tarihi bir anı yaşadık. Bir gerçek var, coşkusu daha önceki alıştığımız maraton gibi değil. Ama dünyanın yaşadığı bu olağanüstü dönemde bizler aldığımız en üst seviye tecrübelerle sağlığı ön planda tutarak bugün yine tarihi maratona her iki kıtayı birleştiren, bizce felsefesi barış olan, uzlaşma olan, tolerans olan, tarihi derinliği en güzel şekilde bütün dünyayı hissettiren bu maratonu başarıyla tamamladık. Burada bütün emeği geçen arkadaşlarıma, bize katkı sunan kurum ve kuruluşlara yürekten teşekkür ediyorum. Burada hem Atletizm Federasyonumuzu, kıymetli başkanlığı, hem de bu yıl ilk defa ismiyle bizimle olan Kolay kurumumuzu ve değerli genel müdürünü anmadan geçemeyeceğim. Her iki kurumumuzun da bize çok değerli bir organizasyonun var olması konusunda sıkı bir gün yaşattı. Atletizm sporun anası, yani tabiri caizse en temel branşı. Atletizmi güçlü kılmak istiyoruz biz bu kentte. İnşallah bu konuda işbirliğimiz her aşamasında devam edecek. Maltepe'deki miting alanının olduğu yerde bir atletizm pistini bitirdik. Tribünleri ve diğer sosyal alanlarıyla beraber inşallah ilkbaharda buradan da müjdeleyelim ki gerçekten bir Avrupa Şampiyonası yapılabilecek seviyede bir atletizm pistini bu kente hediye edeceğiz. 2021'de benim isteğim 2 tane daha pisti bu şehre katmak. Yani tabiri caizse İstanbul'un bir tanesi 2. bölgede, bir tanesi 3. bölgede olmak kaydıyla. Eğer siz atletizmi yaygınlaştıramaz ve onu topluma hissettiremezseniz, o zaman gerçek anlamda bir spor kenti olma hedefine koşamazsınız. Bu manada maratonu önemsiyoruz. Bu maraton gerçekten İstanbul kentinin spor ruhunun kıvılcımıdır. İstanbul kentinin olimpiyat ruhunun kıvılcımıdır. Ve o anlamda bu şehir olimpiyatı almak, ona ev sahibi yapmak istiyorsa, ev sahibi olmak istiyorsa kesinlikle bunun bir tesisten öte bir şehrin yaşayanlarıyla beraber sporu hissedebilmesiyle gerçekleşebilir. Bu manada spor bilincinin artması, sporun bu kentte varlığının büyümesi için
But I'm sure the mayor of Istanbul is currently telling the crowd how proud he is of how people from Istanbul organized the event, hosted the event, and how the runners are completing their goals. They're reaching their goals, finishing 42 kilometers, and how Istanbul is a hub for sports. It's Mayor İmamoğlu's second marathon. And by the looks of it, it's going pretty well. Despite coronavirus issues, despite having no fans, We've had volunteers here at the finish line, at the start line, spurring the runners on, motivating them to finish, motivating them to take something else off their bucket list. And Mary Mamola is also probably saying, you know, we should do this more. We should do it with fans. And hopefully, when the coronavirus is gone, Istanbul will be able to host not just the marathon, but all kinds of sporting events. A reminder for next week, Formula 1 is coming back to Turkey for the first time in almost 10 years. The Turkish Grand Prix will be held on the 15th. That's Sunday. And we may see Lewis Hamilton win his 7th Formula 1 title. Apologies for not being able to bring what Mayor Imamoglu said to the crowd. But as I said, we probably congratulated the crowd, gave thanks to all the organizers, and hoped for an even better race next year. Right now, we're seeing the podium event for the women's side. A third place finisher, Tigismamia Gebeyahu, on the wrong side of the podium. She finished third. Finished third and got 20,000 Turkish liras as a reward. Second place we're going to see in just a few moments. Hiwot Gebrekidan Gebremeryem from Ethiopia. Finishing time of 2 hours, 24 minutes, and 30 seconds, earning her second place. Oop, an even bigger trophy right there. And 35,000 liras. I'm definitely getting ready for next year's marathon. And then in first place, she dominated the race in the last couple kilometers with no competition at all. Diana Chemtai Kipyoge, with an eventual time of 2 hours, 22 minutes, and 6 seconds. Biggest trophy right there, and the biggest cash prize with 50,000 Turkish liras going to Kipyoge's name.
Evet, böylelikle İstanbul Maratonu genel klasman kadınlar ödül törenimizi gerçekleştirmiş olduk. Sayın Valim, çok teşekkür ediyoruz.
Now remember, for a marathon to be labeled as gold in the eyes of World Athletics, there are strict rules, one of which is equal pay. And we have that here at the Istanbul Marathon. Now in just a few minutes we'll see Benar Cheryut-San from Kenya also getting his 50,000 Turkish liras. First, Tisagaya Gitawash Tadese finished in third with a time of 2:13:54. Look at the size of those trophies, wow. A well-deserved prize for running 42 kilometers in a time like that. Meanwhile, if you're hearing cheering from the finish line, it's because even more runners are finishing their races. Here you can see Zewadu Hailu Bekele from Ethiopia winning his 35,000.
Bernard Cheryut-San geliyor Kenya'dan. From Kenya, Bernard Cheryut-San. Birincinin ödülünü takdim etmek üzere. Organizasyonumuzun ev sahibi İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediye Başkanımız Sayın Ekrem İmamoğlu Beyefendi'yi davet ediyoruz.
And in first place on the men's side and the winner of 50,000 Turkish liras,
Alkışlar eşliğinde şampiyona ödülünü takdim etmek üzere.
Bernard Cheryut-San.
Belediye Başkanımız geldiler. Sporcularımızı tebrik ediyorlar ve altın kategoride koşulan Kolay İstanbul Marathon şampiyonu erkekler genel klasmanda
with Mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu giving him his prize and congratulating him on being 2020 Istanbul Marathon champion. What a successful rate for the city of Istanbul. And above all else, it's been during a time when holding a race like this, an international race, was seen as almost impossible given the circumstances of the pandemic.
Sayın Genel Müdür Yardımcımız, Sayın Gençlik Spor İl Müdürümüz.
Picture of success for both the runners and the organizers of the Istanbul Marathon. From winner Sang to third place, Tadese.
Değerli basın mensupları, böylelikle iki kıta bir koşu diyerek gerçekleştirdiğimiz Kolay İstanbul Maratonu 2020 ödül törenimiz sona eriyor. Büyükşehir Belediye Başkanımızı yolcu ediyoruz. Ancak tekerlekli sandalye ödül törenimiz ve diğer klasmanlardaki ödül törenimiz
After you
şu an
watch
burada
this,
bu sahnede
if
devam
you're
edecek.
still
Çok
second
teşekkür
guessing
ediyorum.
yourself about whether if you want to race at the Istanbul Marathon next year for the 43rd edition, think again. You have the scenes, you have the sights, you have the history all over you.
Tekerlekli sandalye kategorisiyle devam edeceğiz.
And I'll finish it like I started. Out of around 800 marathons held throughout the year, this one here in Istanbul is one event and experience without equal.
Sayın Vali Yardımcımıza, Sayın
It's like nothing else.
Belediye Başkanımıza ve
You've
değerli
seen the drone
yöneticilerimize
footage,
çok teşekkür ediyoruz.
you've seen the
Bu
runners
organizasyonu
give it their all.
gerçekleştirmesindeki emeklerinden dolayı.
I mean, where else can you run from one continent to another? And they did it twice today. People, thousands of people from all walks of life
Evet, Sayın
began their
Başkanımız
42-kilometer
tekerlekli
journey
sandalye kategorisindeki
in the early mornings of
ödüllerini göstererek
this
kalacağını
Sunday
belirtti.
in Istanbul.
İstanbul
They shared the
Büyükşehir
road
Belediye
with some of the
Başkanı
greatest
Sayın
athletes in the
Ekrem
world.
İmamoğlu'na bir kez daha teşekkür ediyoruz. Sahne önündeki değerli
It was a
basın
day full of
mensuplarına
inspiration and
lütfen
determination,
tekerlekli
with the
sandalye
aim
kadınlar
being
kategorisi
for many
üçüncüsü.
to just get
Alkışlarınızla
across that
Zeynep
finish line.
Acet geliyor.
That's what almost 4,000 people willed it.
Sayın Zeynep Acet'e ödülünü takdim etmek üzere İYİ Parti İstanbul Milletvekilimiz Sayın Ümit Beyaz'ı davet etmek istiyoruz. Sayın Beyaz lütfen.
And now for the wheelchair race, we see the victors.
Tebrik ediyoruz. Sayın Beyaz, sizlere de teşekkür ediyoruz efendim. Toplu fotoğraf için bir kez daha sizi davet edeceğiz. Kadınlar ikincisi Zübeyde Süpürgeci oluyor.
On the
42
female side,
kilometre boyunca müthiş bir
Zeynep
performans
Acet
gösterdi.
finished her race in 2
Özellikle
hours,
son metrelerde
55
adeta enerjisi
minutes and 7
yeniden
seconds.
doldu. Müthiş bir performans.
In second place,
41.48'de
Zübeyde Süpürgeci.
ikinci olmayı başardı Zübeyde Süpürgeci ve ödülünü takdim etmek üzere İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediyesi.
Enjoying
Gençlik ve Spor
finishing in
Müdürü
second
Sayın
right there,
İlker Öztürk'ü
getting
davet
emotional.
etmek istiyoruz. Buyurun
Her
Sayın
time was
Öztürk.
at 2 hours, 41 minutes and 48 seconds. I love how big these trophies are. There's her reward of 10,000 Turkish liras. Well deserved.
Çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Ve kadınlar tekerlekli
And
sandalye
then finishing
kategorisinin
first in the
birincisi
wheelchair category
Hamide
for the
Doğan Gün
female
geliyor
side
alkışlarınızla.
is Hamide Doğangın.
Ve kendisine ödülünü takdim etmek üzere İstanbul
Finishing 10
Büyükşehir Belediye
minutes
Başkanımız
faster
Sayın
than her
Ekrem
next
İmamoğlu
opponent
bir kez daha
at 2
alkışlarınıza
hours,
davet etmek
30
istiyoruz.
minutes
Eşi
and
Dilek Hanım'la
56
birlikte
seconds.
geliyorlar. Saygıdeğer başkanımıza duyarlılığından ötürü bir kez daha
She also gets a
teşekkürlerimizi
big trophy.
sunuyoruz. Evet, bu gurur tablosunun içerisine kıymetli başkanımızın danışmanı Sayın Ertan Yıldız'ı da davet etmek istiyorum ben. Sayın
She's the
Yıldız,
winner
lütfen
of
efendim. Ve
10,000 Turkish liras.
Sayın Ümit Beyaz'ı, Sayın
All
İlker
three
Öztürk'ü de toplu
competitors,
fotoğraf için sahneye davet edeceğim. Yine sosyal
all
mesafeye dikkat
well-deserved
ederek sizleri sahnemize
See
alalım.
Istanbul Mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu on the left and his wife Dilek İmamoğlu.
Evet, biraz sonra erkekler tekerlekli
Congratulating
sandalye
the
kategorisinin
competitors,
ödüllerini
the
takdim edeceğiz. Ardından da isim sponsorumuz Ne Kolay'la birlikte
Albeit socially distanced.
Türk ve kadın sporcularımızın ilk üçünde olan sporcularımızın ödüllerini takdim edeceğiz. Çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Kadın sporcularımızı yerlerine davet edelim. Tekerlekli sandalye erkekler ödüllerini vereceğiz. Şimdi bu kez alkışlarımız tekerlekli sandalye erkekler üçüncüsü için olacak. 2.55.05'lik derecesiyle Muhammed Safa Bakan geliyor.
Now it's time for the male winners.
Ödül takdimi için Spor İstanbul Yönetim Kurulu üyemiz Sayın Erdem Arslanoğlu'nu sahneye davet etmek istiyoruz efendim. Sayın Arslanoğlu lütfen. Çok teşekkür ediyoruz.
7500 Türk Lirası değerindeki hediye çeki ve kupasının sahibi Sayın Aslanoğlu'na çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Ve tekerlekli sandalye erkekler ikincisi Birol Kamar geliyor. Ve değerli sporcumuzun ödülünü takdim etmek üzere İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediyesi Spor Kulübü Başkanımız Sayın Fatih Keleş'i davet etmek istiyoruz. Buyurunuz Sayın Keleş.
Seems as though I can't see
İkinci olan sporcumuzun
and second placed.
çeki 10.000 Türk Lirası değerinde ve ikincilik kupası Sayın Başkanımız Fatih Keleş de bu gurur tablosunda yerini alıyor. Çok teşekkür ediyoruz Sayın Fatih Keleş'e de ve ne kolay 42. İstanbul Maratonu tekerlekli sandalye erkekler kategori birincisi Ömer Cantay geliyor. Ve ödülünü takdim etmek üzere Spor İstanbul Genel Müdürümüz Sayın Renay Onur'u alkışlarınızla sahneye davet ediyoruz. Ödül takdimini gerçekleştiriyoruz ve sevgili Ömer Cantay'ın ödülünün takdiminin ardından ödül veren tüm değerli yöneticilerimizi, saygıdeğer başkanımızı, kıymetli eşini
But
bir
we do
kez
know
daha
who the winner
toplu
is.
fotoğraf
It's
için
Mohammed
alacağız.
Safa Bakan. The time of 2
Değerli
hours,
yöneticilerimiz
55
Fatih Bey
minutes and
buyurunuz
7
efendim.
seconds.
İlker Bey, Sayın Çintınar hep birlikte tüm sporcularımıza birlikte bu ödülleri
Again, Mayor Imamoğlu and his
sahiplerine
wife
buluşturuyoruz.
Dilek are
Ama
up on the
bir
podium along
iki
with
daha ödül
organizers from
törenimiz
Spor İstanbul.
sonlanmadı. Ne kolay 42.
People
İstanbul
who made
Maratonu'nda biraz
everything
sonra
possible here at
Türk
İstanbul Marathon
sporcularımızın,
today.
dereceye giren Türk sporcularımızın ödüllerini ne kolay özel ödüllerinde takdim edeceğiz.
What an event it's been. Around 4,000 competitors aiming to finish
Değerli
42
yöneticilerimizin ve
kilometers of pure
sporcularımızın
agony.
maskeleri
From Diana
takılı
Chimtai Kipchoge
bir
all the way to
şekilde
Mohammed Safa Bakan.
şu anda seremoni alanında yerlerini almalarını bekliyoruz. Basın mensupları şu anda adeta görüntü almak için yarışıyor. 8 Kasım 2020 ne kolay 42. İstanbul Maratonu'nda böylelikle
A moment
hem genel
each and
klasmanın
every
hem
athlete
de
you see
tekerlekli
right now
sandalye
will cherish
kategorisindeki ödüllerin sahiplerini
until next year,
bulduğu
hopefully,
anı
when they win it
yaşıyoruz.
again.
Çok teşekkür ediyoruz
When they
değerli
win prizes
yöneticilerimize bir
again.
kez daha.
Right
Evet,
now in the
kıymetli
background you see in
yöneticilerimiz
Turkish, two
bizleri
continents,
yalnız
one
bırakmadılar.
race.
Bir
and
kez daha
that's
teşekkürlerimizi
been
sunuyoruz Sayın
the
Başkanımıza
message for
ve
quite a
kıymetli
while for this
yöneticilerimize,
marathon.
sporcularımızın da
All the
ödülleriyle
way
birlikte
since
çeklerine
1979.
arkadaşlarımız yardımcı olacaklar. Bir fotoğraf daha alacağız.
Now everyone's making their memories unforgettable. That's Mohammed Safa Bakan in the middle with Mayor
Evet,
Imamoğlu and
başarılı
his wife.
sporcumuzun kıymetli annesi de bu gurur tablosu içerisinde
Oh, I
gerçekten
thought
gözleri
that was
dolu dolu
Mohammed.
olarak
I'm so
bu
sorry.
anı
I think that is
ölümsüzleştirdik.
the
Çok
winner
teşekkür ediyoruz.
from the women's
Değerli annemizin ellerinden öpüyoruz.
category.
Böyle hayırlı evlatlar yetiştirdikleri için bir kez daha gurur duyuyoruz çocuklarımızla. Başarılarının devamını diliyoruz.
Just to reiterate, it's all been going on smoothly.
Hanımefendiler, beyefendiler, sevgili
Riders
sporcularımız
are
birazdan
finishing, runners are finishing.
ne kolay özel ödüllerini takdim edeceğiz. Arkadaşlarımız sahneyi hazırladıklarında sizlerden 1-2 dakika zaman rica ediyoruz. Evet, ne kolay özel ödüllerinde de bizleri yalnız bırakmıyor
been
İstanbul
great day
Büyükşehir
for
Belediye
athletics.
Başkanımız, saygıdeğer başkanımız Ekrem İmamoğlu ve değerli eşi Dilek Hanım bizlerle birlikte kalıyorlar. Çok teşekkür ediyoruz kendilerine bir kez daha. Ne kolay 42. İstanbul Maratonu'nda ne kolay özel ödülleri Türk sporcularımızın kadın ve erkek kategorisinde ilk 3'e giren Türk sporcularımızın ödüllerini takdim edeceğiz.
What you're hearing right now is runners going through that last bit of pain trying to finish their marathons. Roller skaters passing the finishing line.
Ne Kolay özel ödülleri başlamak üzere. Bu arada Aktifbank Genel Müdürümüz Sayın Serdar Sümer de 42 kilometreyi koşmaya devam ettiği için şu anda bizlerle birlikte. Bir kuvvetli alkış alabilir miyiz kendisi için? Şu anda halen 42 kilometreyi tamamlamak üzere. İsim sponsorumuz Aktifbank Genel Müdürümüz Sayın Serdar Sümer de 42 kilometreyi koşmaya devam ediyor şu anda. Evet, Ne Kolay özel ödülü Türk kadınlar üçüncüsüyle başlayalım. Lütfiye Akıncı geliyor alkışlarınızla. Türk sporcular arasında kadınlarda Ne Kolay 42. İstanbul Maratonu üçüncüsü oldu. Sevgili Lütfiye Akıncı, tebrik ediyoruz. Üçüncülük kürsüsünde yerini alırken ödül takdimi için Ne Kolay yönetiminden Sayın Bahadır Tonguç'u davet etmek istiyoruz.
Right now on your screens, you're seeing
Sayın
people
Tonguç, lütfen çok uzaklaşmayınız rica edeyim. Toplu fotoğraf için sizi bir kez daha davet edeceğiz. Ne Kolay özel ödülü Türk Kadınlar kategori ikincisi Meryem Kılınç Gündoğdu geliyor.
slowly at the start finish line, everything's wrapping up.
Ve Meryem Kılınç Gündoğdu'nun ödülünün takdimi için Ne Kolay yönetiminden Sayın Ufuk Karakaya'yı bu kez sahneye davet etmek istiyoruz. Pandemi sebebiyle temas etmeden ödül takdimi gerçekleştiriyoruz. Yeni kurallar, yeni normallerimizin bizlere getirdiği kurallar bunlar. Çok teşekkür ediyoruz efendim Sayın Karakaya. Birazdan tekrar davet edeceğim sizi ve Ne Kolay özel ödülü Türk Kadınlar kategorisi birincisi Tuğbay Erdal geliyor. Nefes kesici bir performans sonunda Türk kadın atletler arasında birinci olmayı başardı. Ne Kolay 42. İstanbul Maratonu'nda ve ödül takdimi için Ne Kolay yönetiminden Sayın Betigül Toker'i alkışlarınıza sahneye davet ediyoruz. Buyurunuz Sayın Toker. Evet, Sayın Tonguç'u, Sayın Karakaya'yı da bu tablonun içerisine davet edelim. Bir toplu fotoğraf alalım lütfen. Sayın Toker, lütfen ayrılmayınız. Sayın Başkanım, sizi de davet etmek istiyoruz efendim. Kadın sporcularımızla birlikte değerli yöneticilerimizi de davet ediyoruz.
Again, tireless Miro of Istanbul going up to the podium to congratulate
İstanbul milletvekillerimiz Özgür Bey ve Turan Bey de bizlerle birlikte hoş geldiniz.
And organizers of the Istanbul Marathon.
Çok teşekkür ediyoruz kadın sporcularımıza ve kıymetli yöneticilerimize ve Ne Kolay özel ödülü Türk erkeklerle devam edeceğiz. Erkekler üçüncüsü Halil Yaşin geliyor. Halil Yaşin aynı zamanda ilk maratonunu koştu. İlk maratonunda üçüncü gelmeyi başardı. Tebrikler Halil Yaşin.
Toned legs, I know we all want that. Guilt-free massages, room for extra calories.
Ne Kolay yönetiminden Sayın Tonguç'u bir kez daha davet edeceğiz efendim ödül takdimi için. Sayın Bahadır Tonguç.
For mental health, your stress, you know, it gets reduced. You have a new outlook on life. You're not as,
çok teşekkür ediyoruz.
You know,
Ne Kolay özel ödülü Türk erkek sporcular kategorisinde uzun süre ikinci sırada götürüyordu. Türk atletimiz Üzeyir Söylemez bir sakatlık geçirdi ama asla vazgeçmedi. Bakın çok büyük alkışlarla finişe ulaşmak için asla pes etmedi. Bir kez daha hepimize müthiş bir örnek oldu Üzeyir Söylemez. Ve kendisine ödülü takdim etmek üzere Kolay yönetiminden Sayın Ufuk Karakaya'yı bir kez daha davet etmek istiyoruz.
For his efforts today. He is the second fastest Turkish athlete on the men's side. You can remember around the 26-27 kilometer mark after coming down from Barbaros Boulevard. Üzeyir suffered what looked like cramps. But nevertheless, despite falling down and trying to fix his leg,
Türk erkek
he
sporcuların
powered on
birincisi
and eventually finished
Yavuz
the race as
Ağralı
the
geliyor.
second fastest Turkish athlete on the men's category.
Tebrikler Yavuz Ağralı ve Sayın Betigül Toker'i bir kez daha sahneye davet etmek istiyoruz. Birincinin ödül takdimi için.
Gets the top spot for the Turkish classification. Becoming the fastest Turkish runner to finish
Efendim
this
değerli
year's
yöneticilerimizi de yine davet etmek istiyoruz. Bu başarılı Türk erkek sporcularımızla birlikte fotoğraf almak üzere. Belki yöneticilerimiz 42 kilometre koşmadılar ama bugün sahnede ödül fotoğrafı için oldukça fazla adım attılar. Adım sayarlarında bayağı bir rakam çıkacak bugün değerli yöneticilerimize. Çok teşekkür ediyoruz anlayışları için.
And he has the privilege being, I think he's the fourth fastest Turkish marathon athlete ever. Don't quite know if that changed with the 2020 Istanbul Marathon. Nevertheless, those are your Turkish winners, both for the women's side and on the men's.
Evet, böylelikle ne kolay 42. İstanbul Maratonu'nda ödül takdimlerini gerçekleştirdik ve Türkiye Maraton şampiyonları da bu maratona özel olarak bugün belli oldu ve Türkiye Maraton şampiyonlarının ödüllerini birazdan kendilerine takdim edeceğiz. Kıymetli başkanımıza, değerli yöneticilerimize çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Birazdan
inspiration is one part of it too. Whether it's a double amputee wheelchair race, the 73-year-old grandmother who we didn't see this year, but hopefully we'll see someone like that next year, running her whatever 10 or 15th marathon, or your own kids holding, we love you signs. You'll find some inspiration around every turn. That's what marathons mean. That's what they make you look for, a reason to keep on running. And, like I previously said, the person who starts a marathon is not the same person who finishes a marathon. It brings you new perspective. Despite these guys finishing almost 90 minutes slower than your top elite racers. They still had motivation. So that's it from me, Talha Duman, for the 42nd, quite poetic Istanbul Marathon. And again, I have to reiterate, out of the around 800 marathons in the world held throughout the year, this one here is an event and experience without equal. I mean, where else can you go past this bridge and come back and past two continents from continent? Nowhere. They did it twice today, and thousands of people from all walks of life began their journey in the morning for 42 kilometers, and they shared the road with some of the greatest athletes in the world.